What if a hero's soul was forged from the ashes of a demon? Forget the hopeful Deku you know. A new, terrifying power awakens within him. Not from a heroic lineage, but from the demonic legacy of a legendary Dark Slayer. He must now confront an inherited ambition for absolute power. Welcome, Legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The rain fell in sheets across Musutafu, each droplet reflecting the neon glow of the city below. Atop the tallest building in the commercial district, a figure stood motionless, coat billowing in the wind. Izuku Midoriya, age 14, held Yamato in his right hand, the legendary blade humming with barely restrained power as he gazed down at the chaos unfolding below. A villain rampage. How predictable. The creature tearing through the streets was massive, easily 15 feet tall, with chitinous armor covering its body and 4 arms ending in serrated claws. Its quirk allowed it to grow stronger with each person it consumed, and it had already devoured 3 civilians before the heroes arrived. Mount Lady attempted to match its size, but the villain was faster, more brutal. Kamui Woods tried to restrain it with his branches, only to have them torn apart like tissue paper. Death Arms landed a solid punch that should have shattered concrete, but the villain merely laughed, backhanding the hero through a storefront. Pathetic. Izuku's green eyes narrowed as he watched the so-called professional heroes struggle against a single opponent. This was what society placed its faith in? These fame-seeking pretenders who cared more about their rankings and merchandise sales than actually eliminating threats? Foolishness, he stepped off the edge. The fall should have killed any normal person, but Izuku was far from normal. As he descended 30 stories, his coat whipped around him, his expression remained utterly calm. At the last possible moment, he drew Yamato in a single fluid motion. The blades sang through the air, cutting through space itself, and reality rippled. When Izuku landed, it was not on the street, but directly on the villain's shoulder. Having teleported the final distance through a dimensional slash, the villain roared in confusion and rage, one of its massive hands reaching up to swat him away. Izuku was already moving. He dropped down, Yamato's edge trailing along the creature's armored hide as he fell, the blade cutting through the supposedly impenetrable defense like it was nothing. Black blood sprayed in an arc as Izuku landed in a crouch, then immediately launched himself upward with inhuman speed. "What the hell?" Mount Lady shouted, shrinking down to normal size. "Who is that kid?" Kamui Woods squinted through the rain. "I don't recognize him. Is he a hero in training?" The villain stumbled backward, clutching at the deep gash along its torso, its 4 eyes focused on Izuku with murderous intent. You little brat! I'll rip you apart." Izuku straightened slowly, water running down his face, his green hair plastered to his forehead. He held Yamato in both hands now, the blade pointed downward in a perfect ready stance. When he spoke, his voice was cold, devoid of emotion, yet somehow it carried clearly despite the rain and chaos. Foolishness. Might controls everything, and without strength, you cannot protect anything, let alone yourself. The villain charged, all 4 arms reaching for him, its massive jaws opening to reveal rows of serrated teeth. To the watching heroes, Izuku appeared to vanish. One moment he was standing still, the next he was behind the villain, Yamato being sheathed with a quiet click. The villain froze mid-charge. Then its body simply fell apart, separated into dozens of perfectly clean sections that dissolved into black mist before hitting the ground. Judgment cut. Izuku stood motionless as the rain washed away the dark residue of the villain's remains. He had killed it instantly, painlessly even, though the creature deserved no such mercy. Behind him, the professional heroes were staring in shock, mouths agape. A Mount Lady looked like she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Death Arms had pulled himself from the rubble, his expression a mixture of awe and confusion. You. Kamui Woods stepped forward, branches still extended. You just killed. It consumed 3 civilians, Izuku interrupted, his tone matter of fact. It would have consumed more. This is the only logical conclusion. But we don't kill, Mountain Lady protested. Heroes capture villains. We bring them to justice through the legal system. Izuku turned his head slightly, just enough to regard her with those cold green eyes. The look made her take an involuntary step backward. Then you are fools. A threat eliminated is a threat that can never return. Your mercy is what allows villains to escape, to kill again, to destroy more lives. I have no patience for such weakness. Before any of them could respond, Izuku's form began to shimmer. Blue energy crackled around him for just a moment, and then he was gone, having teleported away using Yamato's dimensional cutting ability. The heroes were left standing in the rain, questions piling up with no answers. That incident occurred 3 months before the UA entrance exam. Izuku Midoriya had always been different. Even as a small child, before his powers manifested, there was something about him that set him apart. While other children laughed and played, he watched and learned. While they cried over scraped knees, he endured pain in silence. His mother, Inko, recognized this quality in him early on. He had his father's disposition, that cold, calculating mind that saw the world as a series of challenges to overcome. Inko Midoriya was not the meek, anxious woman she appeared to be to the outside world. Before Izuku's birth, she had been one of the most skilled swordswomen in Japan, a member of the ancient Shimada clan, a family that had produced legendary warriors for over 400 years. She had abandoned that life when she fell in love with a mysterious man who appeared one night, a being of incredible power and presence who called himself Sparda. Their romance was brief but intense. Sparda was different from any man Inko had ever met, refined, powerful, with an otherworldly quality that both frightened and fascinated her. He was honest about what he was. A demon from another realm, a warrior who had grown tired of the endless conflict in the underworld and sought something more. For 1 year, they lived together, and Inko became pregnant. Then, Sparda received a summons he could not ignore. The demon realm was in chaos, powerful entities threatening to break through into the human world. He had to return to prevent catastrophe. Before he left, he placed a katana in Inko's hands, Yamato, a blade forged in the underworld, capable of cutting through anything, even the fabric between dimensions. Our son will inherit my power, Sparda had told her, his voice grave. When the time comes, give him this blade. Teach him discipline, precision, control. He will need all 3 to master what he is. And then he was gone, stepping through a portal that sealed behind him. Inko honored his wishes. She retired from the Shimada clan, settling into a quiet life in Musutafu. When Izuku was born, he appeared completely human. Green hair like hers, though his eyes held a sharpness that reminded her of Sparda. She raised him with the discipline she had learned from the clan, teaching him swordsmanship from the moment he could hold a practice blade. Izuku took to it naturally, as though the knowledge was already within him, waiting to be awakened. By age 3, his form was perfect. By age 4, he could defeat adult practitioners twice his size. He never complained about the training, never asked why other children didn't practice the way he did. He simply accepted it as part of his existence. Then came the day everything changed. Izuku was 5 years old, playing in the park with other children. A villain attacked, a low-level thug with a transformation quirk that gave him enhanced strength and durability. The villain grabbed a girl from Izuku's kindergarten class, holding her hostage while demanding money from the gathering crowd. Heroes were on their way, but they would take time to arrive. Izuku watched the scene unfold with those calculating eyes. The villain was strong but undisciplined. His stance was poor, his attention divided. There was an opening. Without thinking, without planning, Izuku moved. Power erupted from within him. Power he had never felt before, but somehow recognized on an instinctual level. His small body began to change, demonic energy crackling around him like lightning. His skin took on a darker hue, his eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and small horns emerged from his head. This was his devil trigger, the transformation that proved beyond any doubt what he truly was. The villain saw the transformed child approaching and laughed. What's this? Some brat with a transformation quirk? Get lost, kid. Izuku said nothing. He simply raised his hand, and the villain's laughter died in his throat as an invisible force gripped him. Izuku had manifested his first summoned sword, a spectral blade of pure demonic energy that materialized behind the villain and pierced straight through his shoulder, forcing him to release the hostage. The girl ran to safety while Izuku advanced. The villain tried to fight back, throwing a punch with all his enhanced strength. Izuku caught the fist in his small hand, stopping it completely. Then he squeezed, and the villain screamed as bones shattered. Weakness, Izuku said, his voice distorted by the transformation. Then he released the villain, who collapsed to the ground, whimpering. By the time the heroes arrived, the threat was neutralized and Izuku had returned to normal, sitting calmly on a bench as though nothing had happened. The paramedics examined the villain, confirming multiple broken bones but no life-threatening injuries. The gathered civilians were full of questions, but Izuku had already left, walking home with measured steps. Inko was waiting for him. She had felt it somehow, known that her son's true nature had finally revealed itself. When Izuku walked through the door, she knelt down to his level, her expression serious. "It's time," she said simply. That evening, Inko told him everything. About his father, about what Izuku truly was, about the blade that waited for him. She led him to a hidden room in their home, a space she had kept sealed for this exact moment. There, mounted on a stand, was Yamato, the legendary katana, its blade gleaming with an otherworldly light even in the dim room. When Izuku's fingers wrapped around the handle, the blade sang. Power flowed through him, ancient and terrible and glorious. It was as though the weapon recognized him, accepted him, welcomed him home. In that moment, Izuku understood what he was meant to become. That night marked the beginning of his true training. Inko taught him everything she knew about swordsmanship, drilling the Shimada clan techniques into him with relentless precision. But Izuku went beyond what she could teach. His demonic heritage gave him access to abilities that no human could replicate. He learned to manifest summoned swords, spectral blades that could pierce through any defense. He learned to cut through space itself with Yamato, creating portals and teleporting across distances. He learned to channel his devil trigger, controlling the transformation that had first manifested in the park. Most importantly, he learned from the memories that came with Yamato. The blade carried within it the echoes of its creator, fragments of knowledge and technique that Izuku absorbed like a sponge. He saw visions of incredible combat, of movements and strategies that defied human comprehension. He practiced them obsessively, spending hours each day refining his skills, pushing his body and power to their limits. By age 10, Izuku was stronger than most professional heroes. By 12, he had mastered Judgment Cut, the ultimate sword technique that could cut through anything instantaneously. By 14, he had developed his own philosophy about power, strength, and what it meant to protect. The incident with the villain, 3 months before the UA exam, was not an isolated event. Izuku had been hunting criminals for over a year, operating in the shadows, eliminating threats that the professional heroes were too incompetent or too merciful to handle properly. He killed without hesitation when necessary, viewing villains not as people who had made mistakes, but as threats to be neutralized. His mother neither approved nor disapproved of his methods. She had raised him to make his own judgments, and she trusted his decisions. The hospital had registered his quirk as Devil Trigger when he was 5, classifying it as a transformation-type ability with enhanced physical capabilities. Only Izuku and Inko knew the truth, that he was not using a quirk at all, but rather channeling his demonic heritage. In a world where 80% of the population had superpowers, Izuku's true nature went unquestioned. People saw what they expected to see, and what they expected was just another powerful quirk. Now, as the UA entrance exam approached, Izuku stood in his training room, Yamato held in both hands as he practiced forms. His movements were perfect, each strike precise enough to split atoms, each stance immovable as a mountain. Sweat dripped down his face, but his expression remained cold, focused, calculating. "Izuku," Inko called from the doorway. "You have a letter." From UA. He completed his final form before sheathing Yamato with a quiet click. The acceptance letter was a formality. He had applied to UA not because he needed their training, but because the school attracted the strongest opponents. If he wanted to continue growing stronger, he needed worthy challenges, and UA promised to provide exactly that. The letter confirmed what he already knew. He had been accepted based on his middle school records and recommendation from an anonymous pro hero who had witnessed his combat abilities. The entrance exam would be a physical assessment to determine his initial ranking among the accepted students. Izuku allowed himself the smallest of smiles. Now I'm motivated. The day of the entrance exam arrived with clear skies and perfect weather. Thousands of students from across Japan gathered at UA's massive campus, all hoping to prove themselves worthy of attending the country's most prestigious hero school. The energy was palpable. Nervous excitement, fierce determination, barely contained eagerness to show off quirks and abilities. Izuku stood apart from the crowd, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, Yamato secured at his side in a plain black sheath. He had chosen to wear his coat today, a long, dark blue garment with silver trim that his mother had made for him, designed to allow maximum mobility while looking appropriately refined. His green hair was styled back, revealing his sharp features and those cold, calculating eyes that seemed to look through people rather than at them. Several students gave him curious glances. His appearance drew attention. He was tall for his age, well-built in a way that suggested serious physical training, and carried himself with absolute confidence. But it was more than that. There was something about his presence that made people uncomfortable, an aura of danger that warned others to keep their distance. "Wow, check out that guy," one student whispered to his friend. "Think he's trying too hard with that sword?" "Probably just for show," the friend replied. "I bet his quirk is something totally unrelated, and he thinks looking cool will help." Izuku heard every word but didn't react. Their opinions meant nothing to him. Let them think what they wanted. They would learn soon enough. The crowd began moving toward the auditorium for the orientation presentation. Izuku followed at his own pace, noting the various students and their behaviors. Most were buzzing with excitement, talking loudly about their quirks and strategies. A few stood out, a boy with spiky blonde hair who looked perpetually angry, a girl with brown hair who seemed to be encouraging everyone around her, a tall boy with glasses who was lecturing someone about proper conduct. Mediocre. The auditorium was massive, easily capable of holding several thousand people. Izuku took a seat near the back, preferring to observe from a distance. On stage, the pro hero present mic appeared, his voice booming through the speakers with characteristic enthusiasm. "Welcome, listeners, to UA's entrance exam. Are you ready to show us what you've got?" The crowd cheered. Izuku remained silent, his expression unchanged. Present Mike launched into an explanation of the practical exam. Students would be divided into different battle centers, urban environments filled with robot villains of varying point values. The goal was to destroy as many robots as possible within the 10-minute time limit, accumulating points to determine rankings. There were 3 types of standard robots, 1, 2, and 3 points respectively, plus a special 0-point robot that was meant to be avoided. "It's an obstacle," Present Mike explained. "The 0-pointer is massive and dangerous, but defeating it gives you no points. Your best strategy is to run away and focus on the smaller targets." Foolishness, Izuku thought. They created an obstacle they expected students to run from, a test within the test. How predictable. The presentation ended, and students were directed to their assigned battle centers. Izuku checked his card. Battle Center A. He made his way to the designated area, noting the other students assigned to the same center. None of them seemed particularly impressive, though appearances could be deceiving. He had learned not to underestimate opponents based solely on how they looked. The battle center itself was remarkable, a massive mock city with buildings, streets, and infrastructure that looked entirely real. UA had clearly spared no expense in creating a realistic training environment. The students gathered at the entrance, tension building as they waited for the exam to begin. A pro hero Izuku didn't recognize stood at the gate, checking off names on a tablet. When everyone was accounted for, the hero nodded. "All right, listeners, the exam will begin in 3, 2, 1. The gate opened. Nobody moved. They all stood there, waiting for some kind of official signal, some announcement that the exam had truly started. Izuku had no patience for such hesitation. While the others waited, he walked forward into the battle center, his hand resting on Yamato's handle. "Hey!" someone shouted behind him. "We're supposed to wait for..." The voice cut off as Izuku drew Yamato in one fluid motion and swung. The blade didn't touch anything physical, but reality itself rippled from the attack. 30 meters ahead, a 3-point robot that had been rolling down the street suddenly split in half, its two pieces falling in opposite directions as sparks flew from its severed circuits. Judgment cut. That got them moving. The other students rushed into the battle center, quirks activating as they spread out in search of robot targets. Izuku paid them no attention. He walked calmly down the main street, Yamato held loosely in his right hand, his footsteps echoing off the buildings. A 1-point robot emerged from an alley to his left. Izuku didn't even look at it. He raised his left hand, and 3 summoned swords materialized in the air above him, spectral blades glowing with blue energy. They shot forward like arrows, piercing through the robot's head, torso, and legs in rapid succession. The machine collapsed, smoke rising from the holes. 2-point robots appeared ahead, rolling toward him on treads. Izuku sheathed Yamato, the blade clicking home, then vanished. He reappeared behind the robots, having teleported through a dimensional cut, and they exploded into pieces without him making another visible motion. To an observer, it would seem like they simply fell apart on their own, but the truth was far more impressive. Izuku had passed through them at speeds too fast for the human eye to follow, cutting them apart with dozens of precise slashes in the fraction of a second it took to teleport. More robots appeared. Izuku drew Yamato again, holding it in both hands as he took a stance. His eyes tracked each target, calculating trajectories and optimal attack patterns. Then he moved. The blade became a blur of motion as Izuku unleashed Rapid Slash, a technique that delivered hundreds of cuts in seconds. The robots didn't stand a chance. They were reduced to scrap metal before their sensors could even register the threat. Izuku continued forward, leaving a trail of destroyed machines in his wake. In the observation room, pro heroes watched the multiple screens showing different students' performances. Most were doing adequately, using their quirks creatively, racking up points through teamwork or raw power. But one screen had drawn the attention of every hero in the room. "Who is that?" Midnight asked, leaning forward to get a better view. The screen showed Izuku walking calmly through Battle Center A, robots exploding around him with barely any visible effort on his part. His movements were economical, precise, wasting no energy. Every swing of his blade found a target, and every target fell. "Izuku Midoriya," Principal Nezu said, checking his tablet. Registered quirk, Devil Trigger. Transformation type with enhanced physical capabilities, though. The small chimera-like principal tilted his head. "I don't see him using any transformation." "He doesn't need to," Aizawa observed, his expression neutral, but his eyes sharp. "Look at his technique. That's not quirk-based combat. That's pure skill with a blade, honed through years of training. The sword he's carrying, is that part of his quirk?" According to his file, no. It's a family heirloom like a katana called Yamato. All Might, standing at the back of the room in his deflated form, frowned as he watched the screen. Something about the boy bothered him, though he couldn't quite place what it was. The cold efficiency, perhaps. The complete lack of hesitation when destroying the robots. The way he moved like a predator rather than a hero in training. On screen, Izuku encountered his first group of students working together. 3 boys had teamed up to take down a 3-point robot, combining their quirks to disable its treads and expose its core. They were celebrating their success when Izuku walked past, not even acknowledging their presence. "Hey," one of them called out. "Nice sword, man. What's your quirk?" Izuku didn't respond. He continued forward, his focus entirely on finding more targets. The students exchanged confused glances, not sure whether to be offended or impressed by his complete indifference. A massive crash echoed through the battle center. The ground shook as something enormous moved between the buildings. Students began running, panicked shouts filling the air. The 0-point robot had been released. It was colossal, easily 8 stories tall, a mechanical monstrosity designed to simulate an overwhelming threat. Its arms alone were the size of buses, and each step it took cracked the pavement beneath its weight. The robot's voice echoed through speakers on its chassis. Villain threat detected. Evacuate immediately. Students fled in all directions, following their instructions to avoid the zero-pointer. Getting crushed by that thing would end their exam instantly, and with no points gained, the risk wasn't worth it. Better to use the remaining time to hunt smaller targets. Izuku stopped walking. He stood in the middle of the street, directly in the zero-pointer's path, Yamato held loosely at his side. His expression hadn't changed, still cold, still calculating. He tilted his head slightly as he studied the massive machine, analyzing its structure, identifying its weaknesses. In the observation room, the heroes leaned forward. "Is he going to run?" Midnight asked. "I don't think so," Nezu replied, his voice carrying a note of interest. The zero-pointer raised one massive arm, preparing to crush this foolish student who hadn't fled. Its hydraulic systems hissed as the arm descended. A multi-ton hammer of metal and machinery aimed directly at Izuku's position. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Foolishness. He drew Yamato in a movement too fast to see, the blade singing as it left its sheath. Blue energy crackled along its edge, and reality itself seemed to scream. Izuku swung once, a horizontal cut through empty air, and sheathed the blade again, all in the span of a single heartbeat. For a moment, nothing happened. The zero-pointer's arm continued to descend, now only meters from crushing Izuku. Then the world caught up to what Izuku had done. The zero-pointer's arm separated from its body along a perfectly clean line, the cut so precise that it took a full second for the severed limb to realize it was no longer connected. The massive arm fell to the side, crashing into a building and sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The zero-pointer staggered, its balance disrupted by the sudden loss of weight. Izuku wasn't finished. He drew Yamato again, this time pointing it directly at the robot's torso. Summoned swords began to materialize around him. First 3, then 6, then a dozen, then dozens more. They floated in the air, spectral blades of pure energy, all aimed at the zero-pointer. "Spiral swords," Izuku said quietly. The blades shot forward in a spiral pattern, each one finding a joint, a weak point, a critical system in the robot's construction. They pierced through armor plating like it was paper, severing hydraulic lines, destroying sensors, crippling the mechanical giant piece by piece. The zero-pointer tried to move, tried to defend itself, but it was already too late. Within seconds, it had been reduced to a barely functional wreck, sparks flying from dozens of wounds. Izuku raised his hand, and the summoned swords returned to him, orbiting around his body in a protective barrier. Then he made a fist, and they all shot forward simultaneously in a concentrated barrage, heavy rain swords. The spectral blades struck the zero-pointer's core, the power source that kept the massive machine operational. The explosion was tremendous. The zero-pointer detonated from within, metal fragments flying in all directions. Izuku stood unmoved in the center of the blast radius, his summoned swords forming a barrier that deflected every piece of shrapnel. When the dust settled, the zero-pointer was nothing but a smoking crater filled with twisted metal. Silence fell over Battle Center A. Every student who had witnessed the destruction stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to process what they had just seen. This was supposed to be an obstacle, something to avoid, a threat that even pro-heroes would approach with caution, and this green-haired boy had destroyed it in seconds, making it look effortless. In the observation room, the pro-heroes had similar reactions. What was that? Midnight breathed. "Summoned swords," Aizawa said, his mind working to categorize what he had seen. Projected energy constructs that he can control remotely, combined with his swordsmanship and physical abilities. This kid is leagues above the other students. All Might's frown had deepened. That level of power, that cold efficiency, it reminded him of something or someone, but he couldn't quite make the connection. The way the boy moved, the way he fought, it was almost otherworldly. Not in a bad way, necessarily, but definitely unusual. Principal Nezu was smiling, his small paws clasped together. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I suspect young Midoriya is going to make this year very interesting indeed. The timer buzzed, signaling the end of the exam. Izuku sheathed Yamato with a quiet click and turned to leave the battle center. As he walked past the other students, they parted like water around a stone, unable to meet his eyes, intimidated by the sheer presence he radiated. One girl with pink skin worked up the courage to speak. "Hey, that was amazing, what you did to the zero-pointer." It was in my way, Izuku said simply, not stopping or even looking at her. Now, it is not. He continued walking, leaving the girl standing there with her compliment unfinished. She looked to her friends for support, but they just shrugged. Nobody quite knew what to make of Izuku Midoriya. 2 weeks later, the acceptance letters were sent out. Izuku stood in his training room when his mother brought him the envelope, though he already knew what it would say. He had scored the highest in Battle Center A by a considerable margin, over 300 points from the robots he had destroyed, plus additional points from something called rescue points that he neither understood nor cared about. The holographic message from All Might was typical hero propaganda, inspiring words about heroism, justice, and the bright future that awaited at UA. Izuku listened with a neutral expression, noting the underlying weakness in the hero's philosophy. All Might spoke of saving everyone, of protecting the innocent, of inspiring hope. Noble sentiments, but ultimately naive. You cannot save everyone, Izuku thought. Attempting to do so makes you vulnerable, spreads your power too thin. Focus on eliminating threats, and those worth protecting will naturally be preserved. Still, UA offered what he needed. Strong opponents, challenging situations, opportunities to test himself and grow stronger. He would attend, he would master whatever they tried to teach him, and he would emerge more powerful than before. The day before school started, Inko called him into the living room. She had that serious expression she wore when something important needed to be discussed. Izuku sat across from her, waiting patiently for her to speak. "You're going to stand out at UA," she said finally. "Your methods, your philosophy, they're different from what typical heroes believe. You understand that, don't you?" "I do. They'll try to change you, to make you more like them. Merciful, restrained, focused on capture rather than elimination. Will you let them?" Izuku's expression didn't change. "Without strength, you cannot protect anything. They can believe what they wish. My path is my own." Inko smiled, a mix of pride and concern in her eyes. "Your father would say the same thing. He never compromised his principles, never pretended to be something he wasn't. But Izuku..." She leaned forward, placing her hand over his. "Don't close yourself off completely. Power is important, but so is understanding why you seek it. What you protect, who you protect. These things give purpose to strength." "I understand," Izuku replied, and he did. Power without purpose was merely destruction. He sought strength not for its own sake, but to ensure he would never be weak, never be vulnerable, never watch helplessly as others suffered because he lacked the ability to act. Every villain he had killed in the past year had been a threat to innocent people. Every battle he had won had prevented future tragedies. That was enough purpose for him. The first day at UA arrived with the same perfect weather as the entrance exam. Izuku dressed in the school uniform, though he wore it with the same precision he applied to everything else. Perfectly pressed, properly fitted, immaculate. Yamato was secured at his side, the blade a constant presence he was never without. He walked to school alone, preferring solitude to the excited chatter of other students. The campus was even more impressive in person than in photographs. Sprawling grounds, state-of-the-art facilities, buildings designed to withstand quirk-based combat. This was where Japan trained its future heroes, and the resources dedicated to that purpose were staggering. Class 1A's homeroom was on the second floor. Izuku entered to find several students already present, clustered in small groups and talking excitedly. The conversations died down as he walked in, his presence immediately drawing attention. He moved to a seat in the back by the window, the classic position of isolation and observation, and sat down without acknowledging anyone. The blonde boy from the entrance exam was there, Izuku noted. He sat with his feet up on the desk, glaring at everyone with barely restrained aggression. The boy with glasses was lecturing him about proper conduct, which the blonde was ignoring completely. The brown-haired girl was talking to a short boy with purple hair, both of them looking nervous and excited. Mediocre, Izuku thought again, though he reserved final judgment until he saw them in actual combat. More students filtered in over the next few minutes. A girl with a ponytail and expensive-looking features. A boy with red and white hair who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. A girl with pink skin, the same one who had tried to compliment him after the entrance exam. She saw him and waved enthusiastically, but Izuku didn't respond, his attention focused on the front of the classroom. At exactly 8:30 a.m., a sleeping bag on the floor began to move. Students jumped in surprise as their homeroom teacher emerged from the yellow cocoon, revealing himself to be a tired-looking man with long black hair and a perpetual scowl. "It took you 8 seconds to quiet down," the man said, his voice flat and unimpressed. "Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough." He stood up fully, the sleeping bag falling away to reveal the pro-hero Eraserhead, though most students didn't recognize him immediately. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet you." Aizawa pulled a UA gym uniform from the sleeping bag and held it up. "Put these on and head to the grounds immediately. We're going to have a quirk apprehension test." The students erupted into confused murmurs, but Izuku simply stood and headed for the door. He had no questions, the instructions were clear, and speculation was pointless. Several students noticed his immediate compliance and hurried to follow his example. On the training grounds, Aizawa explained the test. 8 physical assessments: 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, distance run, sit-ups, and seated toe touch. Students would perform each test while using their quirks, demonstrating how their abilities enhance their physical capabilities. Whoever comes in last place across all 8 events will be judged to have no potential and will be expelled immediately, Aizawa added with a smile that suggested he was entirely serious. The students looked shocked, but Izuku's expression didn't change. Expulsion was simply another form of elimination. If someone was too weak to pass this basic test, they had no business being at UA in the first place. It was logical, efficient, and entirely appropriate. "Midoriya," Aizawa called out, checking his tablet. "You scored the highest on the entrance exam. Step up for the ball throw demonstration." Izuku walked to the marked circle, accepting the softball Aizawa handed him. The other students watched with interest. They had all heard about the boy who destroyed the zero-pointer, and they were curious to see what he could do. Izuku held the ball in his left hand, his right hand resting on Yamato's handle. He could simply throw it with enhanced strength, easily clear several hundred meters. But that seemed wasteful, inelegant. Better to demonstrate a technique. To show these students the gap between them and him, he tossed the ball lightly into the air, then drew Yamato with incredible speed. The blade caught the ball on its edge and Izuku swung, transferring momentum through the sword to the ball. But he didn't stop there. As the ball left the blade, he sheathed Yamato and raised his left hand. 3 summoned swords materialized behind the ball, spectral blades that shot forward and struck the ball from behind, accelerating it further. The ball became a meteor, a white streak against the blue sky. It flew higher and farther than any normal throw could achieve, eventually disappearing from sight entirely. Aizawa's tablet registered the distance, 1,847.3 meters. The students stood in stunned silence. That wasn't just good. It was superhuman, beyond what should be possible even with a quirk. The brown-haired girl's jaw had literally dropped. The blonde boy looked like he wanted to explode something. Even the heterochromatic boy with the bored expression seemed mildly interested. "Reasonable," Aizawa said, his tone unchanged. "Next." The rest of the tests proceeded similarly. Izuku dominated every single event by margins that seemed almost unfair. His 50-meter dash time was 2.1 seconds. He had simply used a dimensional cut to teleport most of the distance. His grip strength maxed out the measurement device at 800 kilograms. His standing long jump covered the entire field. His sit-ups and toe touches were textbook perfect, a result of his rigorous physical training. By the time all students had completed every test, Izuku's total score was so far ahead of second place that it seemed like a different scale entirely. Aizawa displayed the rankings on his tablet: Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami. The girl in last place, a short student with a quirk that made objects float, looked devastated, tears already forming in her eyes. But Aizawa's expulsion threat had been a logical ruse to motivate maximum effort. Nobody was actually expelled that day, though the message was clear. UA had no patience for those who didn't push themselves to their limits. As the class filed back inside to change, several students tried to approach Izuku. The blonde boy got there first, his expression aggressive but with an undertone of grudging respect. Oi, you with the sword. That was some seriously flashy crap out there. What's your name? Izuku regarded him with cold green eyes. Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki Bakugo. I'm gonna be number 1 in this class, got it? So don't get too comfortable at the top of those rankings. Show me your motivation, Izuku replied, then walked past him without another word. Bakugo stood there, fists clenched, unsure whether he'd just been challenged or dismissed. The pink-skinned girl, Mina Ashido, according to the class roster, giggled at his confusion. The rest of the first day passed without incident. Izuku attended each class with perfect attention, but zero participation, unless directly called upon. He absorbed information, analyzed it, filed it away for future use. The academic subjects were trivial. His mother had ensured he received an excellent education alongside his combat training. The hero-specific courses were more interesting, though still basic. Foundational hero studies was taught by All Might himself, the number 1 hero appearing in his full muscular form with characteristic enthusiasm. The class was meant to cover basic rescue techniques and teamwork exercises, but All Might had a different plan for their first session. Welcome, students, to the most important class at UA. All Might's voice boomed through the room. Today, we're going to jump straight into combat training. After all, what good is theory without practice? He pressed a button and panels in the wall slid open to reveal numbered cases, each containing a hero costume designed to the students' specifications. The class erupted into excited chatter as students rushed to claim their cases. Izuku's costume was case number 13. Inside, he found exactly what he had requested, a refined version of his everyday coat in dark blue with silver trim, reinforced with flexible armor plating that would stop most physical attacks while allowing full mobility. The design was elegant, functional, completely in line with his aesthetic preferences. Most importantly, it had a proper secure mount for Yamato. The changing rooms were chaotic with excitement, but Izuku dressed efficiently and emerged before most others. His costume fit perfectly, the coat settling on his shoulders with comfortable weight. Yamato rested at his left side in its sheath, secured by a specialized belt system that allowed for quick-draw techniques. When all students had changed and gathered, All Might led them to Ground Beta, one of UA's massive training facilities designed to simulate urban combat. The area was similar to the entrance exam battle centers, but more detailed, more realistic. Today's training will be 2-on-2 indoor combat, All Might explained. One team will be villains who have hidden a nuclear weapon in a building. The other team will be heroes who must either capture the villains or secure the weapon within 15 minutes. Villains win if they protect the weapon for the full time or capture both heroes. He divided the class into teams randomly, drawing lots from a box. Izuku found himself paired with the heterochromatic boy, Shoto Todoroki, as the villain team. Their opponents would be Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida as the heroes. Bakugo's grin was feral when he heard the matchup. Finally, I get to see what you're really made of, Midoriya. Izuku's expression didn't change. You are welcome to try. The villain team was given 5 minutes to prepare while the heroes waited outside. Izuku and Todoroki entered the designated building, a 4-story structure with multiple rooms and corridors. The nuclear weapon, a large prop, sat in a room on the top floor. Todoroki spoke for the first time, his voice as cold as his appearance. I'll freeze the building. My ice will slow them down and give us tactical advantage. No, Izuku said simply. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Why not? It's the most logical strategy. Your quirk is powerful but inefficient. You would expend significant energy freezing the entire structure, and our opponents could simply melt through your ice or find alternate paths. Better to let them come to us and eliminate them when they reveal their approach. And if they reach the weapon, Izuku's hand rested on Yamato's handle. They will not. Before Todoroki could argue further, All Might's voice came through the speakers. Begin! Bakugo and Ida entered the building immediately. Through the walls, Izuku could hear Bakugo's aggressive approach, explosions as he blasted through obstacles, shouted orders at Ida to split up and search. Ida's response was more measured, his engine quirk, allowing him to move quickly through corridors. Todoroki created a thin layer of ice across the floor of their room, preparing to defend the weapon. Izuku simply waited, standing perfectly still near the doorway. his hand on Yamato's handle, his breathing calm and even. Ida reached their floor first, his incredible speed carrying him up the stairs in seconds. He burst through the door, ready to use his momentum to reach the weapon, but Izuku was already moving. He drew Yamato in one smooth motion, the blades singing through the air. Ida's eyes widened as he realized his mistake. He was moving too fast to change direction, and Izuku's blade was perfectly positioned to intercept him. At the last moment, Izuku adjusted his angle, the flat of the blade catching Ida across the chest instead of the edge. The impact still sent the taller boy flying backward, crashing into the hallway wall with enough force to crack the concrete. Elimination, Izuku said quietly, sheathing Yamato. Speed without control is worthless. In the observation room, students watched on monitors as Ida struggled to get up, the breath knocked out of him. All Might's expression was concerned. That single strike had been powerful enough to seriously injure. Yet, Izuku had shown perfect control. Using the flat of the blade instead of the edge, Bakugo heard the crash and roared in anger. He abandoned subtlety entirely, blasting holes through the ceiling to reach the top floor directly. When he emerged into the weapon room, his hands were already sparking with explosive power. "Midoriya," he shouted. "I'm gonna blow you away." He launched forward, right hand extended to deliver a point-blank explosion. Todoroki created an ice wall between them, but Bakugo's explosion shattered it instantly, fragments flying everywhere. The blonde hero student was grinning like a maniac, fully committed to the attack. Izuku didn't move until the last possible moment. Then he simply sidestepped, letting Bakugo's momentum carry him past. As the blonde flew by, Izuku's foot came up in a perfectly timed kick, catching Bakugo in the stomach and redirecting his trajectory into the far wall. "Foolishness," Izuku said. "Might controls everything, and without strength, you cannot protect anything, let alone yourself." Bakugo pulled himself from the wall, coughing but still grinning. "Not bad, but I'm just getting started." He launched a series of explosive attacks, each one carefully aimed to avoid the weapon, but create enough chaos to reach Izuku. The room filled with smoke and heat as explosions echoed off the walls. Todoroki tried to assist with ice attacks, but the confined space made it difficult to support without interfering. Through the smoke, Izuku remained calm. He could track Bakugo's position by sound, by the flash of explosions, by the subtle shifts in air pressure. When Bakugo emerged from the smoke for another assault, Izuku was ready. He drew Yamato and swung, not at Bakugo, but at the space between them. Judgment cut. An invisible dimensional slash that traveled faster than the eye could follow. Bakugo sensed the danger instinctively and twisted midair, the attack missing him by centimeters. He felt the displacement of air as reality was cut, felt the sheer power behind that single swing. "What the hell was that?" Bakugo demanded, landing hard and rolling to his feet. Izuku didn't answer. He sheathed Yamato with a quiet click, then raised his left hand. Summoned swords materialized around him, a dozen spectral blades floating in the air, all pointed at Bakugo. In the observation room, students gasped. All Might leaned forward, his expression serious. Even through the monitor, the power radiating from those summoned swords was palpable. "Heavy rain swords," Izuku said quietly. The blades shot forward in a concentrated barrage. Bakugo's eyes widened as he realized he couldn't dodge them all. He threw his hands forward, triggering his largest explosion yet, trying to create enough force to deflect or destroy the incoming attack. The summoned swords pierced through the explosion like it wasn't there. They struck Bakugo from multiple angles, spectral blades that didn't cut but delivered kinetic impact that sent him flying backward, crashing through the wall and into the hallway where Ida was still trying to recover. Both heroes incapacitated. All Might's voice boomed through the speakers. "Villain team wins." The exercise was over in less than 3 minutes. Izuku dismissed his summoned swords with a gesture, the spectral blades fading away. He looked at Todoroki, who had barely participated in the fight. "You relied on me to handle both opponents. That shows poor judgment. If I had been weaker, we would have lost." Todoroki's expression was unreadable, but there was something in his eyes. Respect, maybe, or recognition of a superior. "You didn't need my help." "Irrelevant. We were a team. You should have engaged regardless of my capabilities." Back in the observation room, the class was buzzing with shocked conversations. What they had just witnessed was beyond impressive. It was overwhelming. Izuku Midoriya had defeated 2 opponents, both of whom were considered among the strongest in the class without taking a single hit or showing any sign of effort. The pink-skinned girl, Mina, whistled low. That guy is on a completely different level. Did you see those floating sword things? Another student asked. What kind of quirk even is that? Devil Trigger, supposedly, someone else replied. But he didn't even transform. That was all just his base power. All Might called everyone back together for the post-exercise review. Bakugo looked furious, his pride wounded by such a decisive defeat. Ida appeared thoughtful, already analyzing his mistakes. Todoroki was as impassive as ever. Young Midoriya, All Might said, his tone carefully neutral. Your combat skills are exceptional. However, I must ask, that final attack could have seriously injured young Bakugo. Do you believe such force was necessary in a training exercise? Izuku met the #1 hero's gaze without flinching. I controlled the power precisely. Bakugo is bruised but not seriously injured. Had I intended to harm him, I would have used the edge of my blade instead of summoned swords. This was restraint, not excess. All Might seemed taken aback by the cold logic of the response. He had expected an apology, or at least some acknowledgement that maybe Izuku had gone too far. Instead, the boy showed no remorse, only calculation. Heroes must be conscious of collateral damage and use appropriate force. All Might continued, trying a different approach. The goal is to capture villains, not destroy them. Captured villains escape, Izuku replied. Destroyed threats cannot return. Your philosophy prioritizes mercy over efficiency. I do not share that perspective. The other students shifted uncomfortably. Nobody spoke to All Might like that, with such casual dismissal of the hero's core beliefs. But Izuku seemed completely unconcerned with how his words were received. All Might opened his mouth to respond, then closed it again. This was neither the time nor the place for a philosophical debate about heroism. He would need to discuss young Midoriya's concerning worldview with Principal Nezu and the other faculty members. We'll continue this conversation later, All Might said finally. For now, let's move on to the next exercise. The rest of the combat training proceeded with other student pairs. None of the matches came close to the efficiency of Izuku's performance. Some were well fought and clever, others were chaotic and sloppy, but all were decisively more balanced than the complete domination Izuku had displayed. When class ended, and students filed back to the changing rooms, Bakugo cornered Izuku in the hallway. Don't think this is over, the blonde snarled. I don't care how strong you are, I'm gonna surpass you. That's a promise. Izuku regarded him with those cold green eyes. Show me your motivation, he said. The exact same words as before. Then he walked past, leaving Bakugo fuming. As Izuku changed back into his school uniform, he reflected on the day's events. The students at UA were stronger than average, certainly, but still far below what he considered acceptable. Bakugo had raw power and combat instincts, but lacked discipline and strategy. Todoroki was powerful, but hampered by his own psychological issues. Izuku had noticed the boy exclusively used his ice side, never the fire half of his quirk. Ida was fast, but predictable. Only time would tell if any of them could become strong enough to provide meaningful challenges. For now, Izuku would continue his training, continue his pursuit of greater power, continue walking his path regardless of what others thought. That evening, Inko asked him about his first day. Izuku recounted the events with his characteristic precision, omitting nothing. His mother listened carefully, noting the disapproval from All Might, the fear from other students, the clear gap between Izuku and his peers. You're isolating yourself, she observed. I am focused, Izuku corrected. Socialization is not my priority. Your father was the same way, Inko said with a small smile, completely dedicated to his own path, unconcerned with others' opinions. But even he had allies, Izuku. Even he recognized that some things require cooperation. When I find someone worth cooperating with, I will consider it, Izuku replied. Until then, I am sufficient alone. Inko sighed, but didn't push further. Her son had his father's stubbornness along with his power. All she could do was support him and hope that UA would help him find some balance between his pursuit of strength and his humanity. The following weeks at UA established a clear pattern. Izuku dominated every practical exercise, remained distant from his classmates, and showed no interest in social activities or bonding. He attended classes, absorbed information, and trained relentlessly during free periods. His power and skill were undeniable, but so was his isolation. Some students tried to befriend him anyway. Mina Ashido made multiple attempts at casual conversation, always met with brief, polite responses that discouraged further interaction. Tenya Ida, despite their combat encounter, tried to engage Izuku in discussions about heroic philosophy, which Izuku dismissed as naive idealism. Even Ochako Uraraka, the cheerful brown-haired girl, attempted to include him in group activities, only to be turned down without explanation. The only student who seemed to understand Izuku's perspective was Shoto Todoroki. The heterochromatic boy was equally isolated, equally focused on his own goals. They weren't friends, Izuku didn't have friends, but they shared a mutual respect based on recognition of strength and dedication. Bakugo remained obsessed with surpassing Izuku, training to the point of exhaustion every day. The blonde's determination was admirable in its intensity, even if his methods were crude. Izuku watched his progress with mild interest, noting incremental improvements in control and strategy. The first major incident occurred 2 weeks into the school year. Class 1A was in the middle of a regular academic lesson when the alarm sounded, a harsh, blaring noise that immediately put everyone on edge. Aizawa stood from his desk, his expression serious. "Security breach," he said. "All students evacuate to the emergency assembly point immediately. This is not a drill." The class moved quickly but orderly, filing out of the room and into the hallway. Other classes were doing the same, creating a steady stream of students heading toward the exits. Izuku remained calm, his hand resting on Yamato's handle, his senses alert for any sign of actual danger. The evacuation procedures were well designed, and within minutes, all students had gathered in the designated safe zone, a reinforced courtyard surrounded by high walls. Faculty members did head counts, confirming everyone was present. Principal Nezu appeared, his small form somehow commanding immediate attention. "Students," he said, his voice calm but serious, "we have received intelligence about a possible villain attack on UA. The threat level is currently unknown, but we're taking all necessary precautions. Please remain in this area until we've confirmed the situation is secure." Murmurs spread through the crowd. A villain attack on UA? The school's security was supposed to be impenetrable. The idea that villains would be bold enough or stupid enough to assault Japan's premier hero academy seemed absurd. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Something felt wrong. The alarm's timing, the vague nature of the threat. It all seemed too convenient, too orchestrated. He scanned the courtyard, noting the positions of faculty members, identifying potential entry points, calculating optimal defensive positions. His instincts proved correct. The air shimmered near the far wall, reality distorting like heat waves rising from pavement. A portal opened, dark purple energy crackling at its edges, growing larger by the second. Students gasped and backed away as figures began emerging from the portal. Villains. Dozens of them, maybe more, flooding into the courtyard with various quirks activated. They wore no uniforms or identifying markers, just a collection of criminals united by a single purpose, to attack UA and prove that even the hero's strongest institution could be breached. "Protect the students," Aizawa shouted, his scarf already extending as he activated his erasure quirk. Other faculty members moved to intercept, but the villains had numbers and the element of surprise. The first wave of villains crashed into the faculty defensive line. Explosions, ice, fire, and stranger quirks filled the air as combat erupted across the courtyard. Students screamed, some freezing in fear, others trying to activate their own quirks to defend themselves despite their minimal training. Izuku didn't freeze. He didn't panic. He simply drew Yamato with a quiet ring of steel against sheath. The nearest villain, a man with metal skin and enhanced strength, charged at a group of cowering first-year students. He never reached them. Izuku appeared between them and the villain, having crossed 30 meters in an instant, and delivered a precise strike with the flat of Yamato's blade. The impact sent the metal-skinned villain flying backward, crashing into two of his allies and taking them all to the ground. "Stay behind me," Izuku said to the students, his voice cold and commanding. They obeyed without question, recognizing the authority in his tone. More villains approached, seeing an opportunity in the cluster of students. Izuku sheathed Yamato with a click, then raised both hands. Summoned swords materialized around him, not a dozen this time, but dozens, a small army of spectral blades that floated in the air like a defensive constellation. Spiral swords, Izuku said, and the blades began to orbit around the group of students, creating an impenetrable barrier. Any villain who tried to break through found themselves impaled by multiple spectral blades, the weapons driving them back or pinning them to the ground. Across the courtyard, Aizawa was fighting multiple opponents at once, his erasure quirk shutting down their abilities while his capture weapon and martial arts kept them at bay. But even he was struggling against the sheer numbers. A villain with a multiplication quirk kept creating copies of himself, overwhelming Aizawa's ability to track and neutralize all of them. Izuku analyzed the situation in an instant. The primary threat was the portal. As long as it remained open, more villains could enter. Secondary threats were the stronger villains engaging the faculty. Tertiary concern was protecting the students. Though his summoned swords were handling that adequately, he made his decision. "Do not leave the protection of the swords," Izuku instructed the students behind him. Then he moved, leaving them within the orbital barrier while he advanced on the main battle. A villain with a fire-breathing quirk saw him coming and unleashed a torrent of flames. Izuku didn't slow down. He drew Yamato and swung the dimensional cut, splitting the stream of fire down the middle, creating a safe path through the flames. When he reached the villain, a single strike with the pommel of his sword knocked the man unconscious. Another villain tried to attack from behind, a woman with blade-like protrusions growing from her arms. Izuku spun, Yamato's edge meeting her quirk-generated weapons. The clash rang out like a bell, but Yamato was superior, cutting through her blades and leaving her weaponless. A kick to the stomach sent her sprawling. Izuku continued forward, cutting through villains like they were paper. His movements were economical, precise, wasting no energy. Every strike found its mark. Every dodge was calculated to the millimeter. He didn't kill anyone. This was a school with students watching, and such actions would create complications he didn't need. But he didn't hold back either, hitting hard enough to ensure each villain stayed down. Within 2 minutes, Izuku had cleared a path to the portal. The dark purple energy swirled ominously, and through it, he could see more villains waiting to enter. Standing at the portal's edge was the one maintaining it, a figure shrouded in mist and darkness, humanoid but indistinct. "Interesting," the figure said, its voice distorted and echoing. "You're quite skilled for a student, use a fist tied, but can you stop this?" The portal expanded and a massive villain emerged, easily 10 feet tall with gray skin, an exposed brain, and a beak-like mouth. Its body was grotesquely muscular, and its eyes held only mindless aggression. This was a Nomu, Izuku realized, a bioengineered weapon designed to fight and kill pro-heroes. The Nomu roared and charged at Izuku with incredible speed, its massive fists swinging down to crush him. Izuku sidestepped, analyzing the creature as it passed. Enhanced strength, enhanced speed, probably enhanced durability, possibly regeneration given its unnatural biology. A significant threat, but not insurmountable. The Nomu spun with surprising agility for its size, launching a barrage of punches. Izuku weaved between them, Yamato's blade deflecting the few strikes he couldn't dodge entirely. Each impact sent shockwaves through the courtyard, cracking the pavement where the Nomu's fists landed. Students and faculty alike had stopped to watch this clash. Even the other villains paused, uncertain whether to assist or simply observe. The mist villain remained at the portal, content to let the Nomu do its work. Izuku assessed the situation. This creature was strong enough that conventional attacks might not be sufficient. He could continue this dance of evasion and counterattacks, gradually wearing it down, but that would take time and allow more villains to enter through the portal. Better to end this decisively. "Now I'm motivated," Izuku said quietly. Blue energy began to crackle around his body. His green eyes took on an otherworldly glow. The temperature dropped as demonic power surged, reality itself seeming to bend around him. Students who had never seen his devil trigger gasped as the transformation began, but Izuku didn't complete it. He stopped at the threshold, his body wreathed in blue energy but not yet transformed, holding back the full extent of his power. Even this partial activation was enough. His strength multiplied, his speed increased beyond what any normal quirk could achieve. The Nomu charged again, but this time Izuku didn't evade. He met the creature head-on, Yamato held in both hands, and swung upward with all his enhanced strength. The blade caught the Nomu's descending fist and stopped it completely, the clash generating a shockwave that shattered windows in nearby buildings. For a moment, they were locked in a contest of pure strength. Izuku's demonic power against the Nomu's bioengineered might. Then Izuku twisted his blade, redirecting the force, and the Nomu stumbled. He didn't give it time to recover. His free hand came up, and dozens of summoned swords materialized around the Nomu, all pointed at its exposed brain. Blistering swords, Izuku said. The spectral blades shot forward in rapid succession, each one striking the Nomu's weak point with perfect precision. The creature roared in pain and confusion as its brain was pierced dozens of times, its regeneration trying to keep up with the damage, but failing. Within seconds, the Nomu collapsed, its enhanced body unable to function with its control center destroyed. The mist villain saw its weapon fall and made a decision. The portal began to close, the dark energy shrinking rapidly. "Retreat," the figure called to the other villains. "Fall back." Izuku wasn't about to let them escape so easily. He raised Yamato and focused, channeling power through the blade. This would be the largest dimensional cut he had ever attempted, far beyond anything he had done in training. The risk was significant, lose control, and he could tear a hole in reality that couldn't be closed. But he had trained for this, prepared for this, knew he had the skill to execute it properly. "Judgment cut end," Izuku said. He swung Yamato in a complex pattern, the blade moving so fast it seemed to exist in multiple places simultaneously. The air itself screamed as reality was cut. Not once, but hundreds of times, dimensional slashes forming a massive sphere around the fleeing villains and the closing portal. For a moment, everything inside that sphere froze, caught in the suspended moment before the cuts resolved. Then, reality caught up. The dimensional slashes all activated at once, cutting through everything in the target area. Villains who hadn't escaped yet were caught in the technique, their bodies separated into pieces that dissolved harmlessly. Izuku had controlled the cuts to be non-lethal, separating their quirk-generated clothing and equipment, but leaving them unconscious and restrained rather than dead. The portal itself was shredded, the dark energy torn apart by dimensional cuts that severed its connection to wherever it had been anchored. The mist villain, caught halfway through the portal, separated into mist form to escape being cut, but the portal's destruction trapped it on the UA side. Before it could reform and flee, Aizawa's capture weapon wrapped around it. Binding the insubstantial form in place, the courtyard fell silent. The villain attack was over. Dozens of criminals lay unconscious or restrained across the grounds. The Nomu was defeated, the portal was destroyed, and at the center of it all stood Izuku Midoriya, blue energy still crackling around him, Yamato held loosely in his hand, his expression as cold and calm as ever. Principal Nezu approached slowly, his small paws clasped behind his back, his eyes taking in the devastation. "Well," he said, his tone admiring despite the circumstances. "That was quite impressive, young Midoriya, though I do hope you'll be more careful with dimensional manipulation in the future. One miscalculation, and you could have torn a permanent hole in our reality." Izuku let the demonic energy fade, returning to his normal state. "I was careful. The technique was executed perfectly." "Indeed it was," Nezu smiled, a genuine expression of appreciation. "You may have just saved dozens of lives today. The faculty are in your debt." All Might appeared, having arrived late to the battle due to his time limit. He looked at the scene, the unconscious villains, the defeated Nomu, the shattered portal, and Izuku standing calm amid the chaos. His expression was complicated, a mixture of gratitude and concern. "Young Midoriya," All Might said, his voice lacking its usual boom. You did well. Very well. But those techniques, that power, where did you learn such things?" "My mother taught me swordsmanship," Izuku replied. "The rest I developed through training and instinct." It wasn't exactly a lie. Inko had taught him the fundamentals, and his demonic heritage provided the instinct. The techniques themselves came from Yamato's memories, but that detail seemed unnecessary to share. Aizawa had finished securing the mist villain and walked over to join them. He looked exhausted but impressed. "Midoriya, that was professional level combat. Beyond professional, honestly. Where most students would have panicked, you analyzed, strategized, and executed a perfect response. I'm genuinely impressed. High praise from Aizawa, who rarely complimented anyone. Izuku accepted it with a slight nod, nothing more. The police arrived shortly after, along with emergency medical services for the students who had been injured in the attack. Most injuries were minor: bruises, shock, minor quirk backlash. The students Izuku had protected directly were completely unharmed, still sheltered within the fading remnants of his summoned sword barrier. As paramedics checked everyone over and police began processing the captured villains, the other students clustered together, discussing what they had witnessed in hushed, awed tones. "Did you see him?" Mina asked, her eyes wide. "He just destroyed them all like it was nothing." "That transformation," someone else added. "The blue energy, was that his devil trigger quirk?" "He didn't even fully transform," Todoroki observed quietly. "That was just partial activation. Imagine if he had used his full power." Bakugo stood apart from the group, his fists clenched, his expression dark. He had been useless in the attack. His quirk too dangerous to use in such close quarters with other students, his combat experience insufficient to engage the villains safely. Meanwhile, Midoriya had dominated the entire battlefield, protecting dozens of students while simultaneously neutralizing the primary threats. The gap between them had never been more obvious or more painful. Izuku noticed none of these reactions. He stood alone, having declined medical attention, his hand resting on Yamato's handle as he waited for permission to return to class. The battle was over, the threat neutralized, the situation resolved. There was nothing more to be done here. Inko arrived an hour later, having been contacted by the school about the attack. She saw her son standing calm and collected while other parents rushed to embrace their frightened children, and she felt a complex mixture of emotions: pride at his strength and capability, concern at his continued isolation, understanding that this was who he was, who he had chosen to become. "I'm fine, Mother," Izuku said when she reached him, completely unharmed. "I know you are," Inko replied, placing a hand on his shoulder, "but I needed to see you anyway. Can you indulge a mother's worry?" Izuku's expression softened slightly, the only person who could provoke such a response. "Of course." They left together, the school having canceled remaining classes for the day. As they walked, Inko asked about the battle, and Izuku recounted it with his typical precision. He had used Judgment Cut End for the first time in actual combat, he explained. The technique had performed exactly as expected, though the energy expenditure was significant. "You're pushing yourself hard," Inko observed, "not just physically, but in terms of the techniques you're attempting. Judgment Cut End is an ultimate technique, Izuku. Your father's memories in Yamato show him using it only in the most desperate situations." "I had full control," Izuku replied. "There was no risk. There is always risk when you manipulate dimensions. One mistake, one moment of lost focus, and the consequences could be catastrophic." She stopped walking, turning to face him directly. "I'm proud of what you accomplished today. You protected people, you stopped villains, you demonstrated incredible skill. But pride doesn't erase concern. Promise me you'll remember that power must be tempered with wisdom." Izuku met her eyes, seeing the genuine worry there. His mother was one of the strongest people he knew, not in terms of quirks or abilities, but in terms of will and spirit. If she was concerned, that concern deserved consideration. "I promise," he said, "I will not take unnecessary risks." That evening, the attack on UA dominated the news. Reports spoke of a coordinated villain assault, the deployment of a Nomu bioweapon, and the mysterious portal-generating villain who had enabled the invasion. They also spoke of a student who had single-handedly turned the tide of battle, protecting his classmates while defeating dozens of villains and destroying the Nomu. The media didn't have Izuku's name yet, but it was only a matter of time. UA would likely keep student identities confidential for safety reasons, but information always found a way to leak. Izuku didn't particularly care either way. Fame was meaningless to him, just another form of attention he neither needed nor wanted. What mattered was that he had been tested in real combat and proven his abilities. The villains had been strong enough to require his attention, but not strong enough to truly challenge him. The Nomu had been the closest thing to a worthy opponent. And even that had fallen relatively quickly once he had decided to end the fight. He needed stronger opponents, more dangerous challenges, situations that would push him to his absolute limits and force him to grow beyond those limits. That was the only path to greater power, and power was the only thing that truly mattered. In his room, surrounded by training equipment and practice weapons, Izuku performed maintenance on Yamato. The blade was perfect, of course. Forged in the underworld, it would never dull or chip or break. But the ritual of cleaning and caring for the weapon was meditative, a way to focus his thoughts and reflect on the day's events. He had protected people today, students who would have been hurt or killed without his intervention. In that sense, he supposed he had acted as a hero, though he didn't see it that way. He had simply eliminated threats and prevented unnecessary casualties. The fact that others called such actions heroic was their interpretation, not his. "Without strength, you cannot protect anything," Izuku murmured, repeating the words that had become his philosophy. "Power is everything. Control is everything. Weakness is inexcusable." He sheathed Yamato with a quiet click, the sound echoing in the silent room. Tomorrow, he would return to UA, to classes and training, and the continued pursuit of greater strength. The attack had been an interruption, nothing more. His path remained unchanged, his goals crystal clear. Somewhere in the city, villains were plotting their next move, analyzing their failure at UA, and planning how to overcome the unexpected obstacle that was Izuku Midoriya. They would come at him again, eventually, with greater force and better strategies. Izuku looked forward to it. Each challenge was an opportunity to test himself, to grow stronger, to move closer to the ultimate power he sought. Let them come. He would be ready. The weeks following the UA attack brought significant changes to the school's security and training protocols. Faculty doubled, security systems were enhanced, and students received additional combat instruction to better prepare them for real threats. The attack had proven that villains were willing to directly target hero schools, and UA refused to be caught unprepared again. For Izuku, the changes meant little. He continued his relentless training regimen, continued dominating every practical exercise, continued maintaining distance from his classmates. The other students had become even more wary of him after witnessing his performance during the attack. There was a difference between being strong in controlled training and being strong in actual life or death combat, and Izuku had demonstrated both with frightening efficiency. Bakugo's obsession with surpassing Izuku had intensified to an almost unhealthy degree. The blonde trained until he could barely stand, pushed his quirk to its limits and beyond, studied combat theory and strategy with desperate focus. But no matter how hard he worked, the gap between them seemed to widen rather than close. It was driving him to distraction, fueling an anger that had nowhere productive to go. The sports festival was announced 3 weeks after the attack. UA's annual event where students would compete in front of thousands of spectators, including pro heroes and agency scouts. It was an opportunity for students to showcase their abilities and potentially receive internship offers from top hero agencies. For most students, the sports festival was the biggest event of their first year, a chance to make their mark on the hero world. Izuku viewed it as mildly interesting at best. The competitive aspect appealed to him. Testing himself against other students in structured combat could provide useful data about his abilities and theirs. But the spectacle, the crowd, the media attention, all of that was just noise, distractions from what truly mattered. The morning of the sports festival arrived with perfect weather. The stadium was packed with spectators, cameras positioned to broadcast the event across Japan and internationally. The energy was electric, anticipation building as students from all 3 hero course classes gathered in the waiting area. President Mike's voice boomed across the stadium, working the crowd into a frenzy. "Welcome, everyone, to UA Sports Festival. Are you ready to see the next generation of heroes? Show us what they've got?" The crowd roared in response. In the waiting area, students prepared themselves mentally and physically. Some were nervous, others confident. A few looked outright terrified of performing in front of so many people. Izuku stood apart from the group, arms crossed, expression neutral. He wore the standard UA gym uniform rather than his hero costume, though Yamato remained at his side. He had gotten special permission to carry the blade during the festival, citing it as essential to his quirk's functionality. Bakugo caught his eye from across the room, the blonde's expression intense and challenging. Todoroki was there too, looking as cold and isolated as ever. Ida adjusted his glasses nervously, despite his confident demeanor. The girl with the ponytail, Yaoyorozu, was reviewing notes, trying to prepare for every possible scenario. Midnight appeared on the stage, her hero costume drawing appreciative whistles from some of the less mature audience members. She was the chief umpire for the festival, and her sultry voice carried clearly through the speakers as she explained the format. The sports festival will consist of 3 stages. The first is an obstacle race through UA's training courses. The top students from that race will advance to the second stage, a cavalry battle where you'll form teams and compete for points. Finally, the top performers from the cavalry battle will face off in one-on-one tournament matches to determine the festival champion. She paused for dramatic effect, then smiled. Now, we need a student representative to give the opening pledge. Based on entrance exam scores, the honor goes to Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. The other students turned to look at Izuku, some with envy, others with curiosity. He showed no reaction to being called, simply walking forward to the stage with measured steps. When he reached the microphone, he gazed out at the massive crowd without any visible nervousness or excitement. "I have nothing to say to you," Izuku stated, his voice cold and clear through the speakers. "This festival is a test of strength, and strength speaks for itself. Those who are weak will fall. Those who are strong will rise. That is all." He stepped away from the microphone, ignoring the shocked murmurs from students and spectators alike. That hadn't been an inspiring speech or even a proper pledge. It had been a statement of fact, delivered with absolute certainty. Midnight laughed, delighted by the unexpected approach. "Well then, let's see if Midoriya can back up those words with action. All students proceed to the starting line." The obstacle race began at the stadium's edge, a massive course that wound through various training areas and environmental challenges. Thousands of students from all 3 hero courses crowded at the starting line, jostling for position, activating quirks in preparation for the signal. The starting gun fired and chaos erupted. Students surged forward, a mass of bodies and quirks all trying to get ahead. The corridor was deliberately narrow, creating a bottleneck that tested students' ability to navigate crowds and use their abilities creatively. Some tried to fly over the crowd, others used their quirks to push through, a few attempted to wall run around the edges. Izuku didn't rush. He walked at a measured pace, letting the crowd thin out ahead of him. Several students who recognized him from Class 1A gave him confused looks. Wasn't he supposed to be competitive? Why was he falling behind? Then the ground beneath the leading students froze solid. Todoroki had made his move, using his ice quirk to create a massive glacier that covered the corridor floor and walls, trapping dozens of students in ice while creating a smooth, frozen path for himself to slide ahead on. Impressive, Izuku acknowledged, but ultimately futile. As other students struggled to break free from the ice or find alternate paths, Izuku simply drew Yamato and swung. The dimensional cut sliced through Todoroki's ice like it wasn't there, creating a clear path that several other students immediately took advantage of. Izuku walked through the gap, not hurrying, conserving energy for more significant challenges ahead. The first official obstacle was a pit filled with massive robots, the same zero-pointers from the entrance exam, repurposed as obstacles for the sports festival. They filled the path ahead, blocking progress with their enormous bodies, forcing students to find ways around or through them. Todoroki froze the nearest robot's legs, throwing off its balance. Other students coordinated attacks, using their combined quirks to disable or bypass the machines. It was clever, efficient teamwork. Izuku had no interest in teamwork. He raised his left hand and summoned swords materialized around him. Not dozens this time, but hundreds. A massive array of spectral blades that filled the air like a storm. Students nearby stopped and stared, having never seen such a display of power. "Spiral swords," Izuku said quietly. The blades shot forward, not at the robots, but past them, creating a swirling barrier that carved a path through the obstacle field. The robots couldn't touch him. Any that tried found their arms severed by dimensional cuts, their bodies pierced by summoned swords. Izuku walked through the field of machines like they were statues, completely untouchable. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. Incredible. Midoriya from Class 1A is just walking through the robot obstacle like it's nothing. Is there anything that can stop this student? The second obstacle was a canyon crossed by thin ropes, forcing students to either traverse carefully or find creative solutions to get across. Some students used their quirks to fly, others to create platforms or bridges. Todoroki froze the canyon itself, creating an ice bridge. Izuku dismissed his summoned swords and sheathed Yamato. Then he simply stepped off the edge of the canyon, falling straight down. Students watching gasped, thinking he had made a critical mistake. But midway through the fall, Izuku drew Yamato and swung, cutting through space itself. He teleported, appearing instantly on the far side of the canyon. Landing lightly on solid ground, he was now in first place. The third and final obstacle was a minefield. Pressure-sensitive explosives hidden under thin panels that would detonate if stepped on. Most students proceeded carefully, testing each step, moving slowly to avoid the mines. Todoroki tried to freeze a path through, but the mines were designed to detonate from temperature changes as well as pressure. Izuku analyzed the field for exactly 3 seconds, calculating the optimal path. Then he moved. His speed was inhuman, far beyond what any normal person or typical quirk user could achieve. He crossed the minefield in a blur of motion, his footsteps so light and precise that the pressure plates didn't have time to trigger. To spectators, it looked like he was teleporting or flying, but it was pure speed and perfect control. He crossed the finish line a full minute before any other student. The crowd went wild. Present Mike was screaming commentary about Izuku's incredible performance. Midnight looked thoroughly impressed, her professional demeanor cracking into genuine admiration. In the VIP box, pro heroes were discussing what they had just witnessed, trying to understand the full extent of this student's abilities. All Might watched with conflicted emotions. The boy's power was undeniable, perhaps the greatest raw talent he had ever seen in a student. But there was something troubling about Midoriya's approach, the cold efficiency, the complete lack of joy or excitement, the way he treated obstacles as things to be destroyed rather than challenged to be overcome. It reminded All Might of something dark, something dangerous. Students continued to cross the finish line over the next few minutes. Todoroki came in second, thus having used his ice effectively throughout the course. Bakugo was third, having blasted his way through obstacles with explosive force. The top 42 students would advance to the cavalry battle, but it was already clear who the real contenders were. During the break before the cavalry battle, students clustered in small groups to discuss strategy and form teams. The cavalry battle required teams of 2 to 4 people, with each team member wearing a headband worth points based on their placement in the race. The goal was to steal headbands from other teams while protecting your own. Izuku's headband was worth 10 million points, the first place prize that made him the primary target. Multiple students approached him, hoping to team up with the strongest competitor, but he refused them all with curt dismissals. "I work alone," he stated when the pink-skinned girl Mina tried to recruit him for what she called the coolest team ever. "But you can't participate in the cavalry battle alone," Ida pointed out, having overheard. "The rules require teams of at least 2 people. Izuku considered this. The rules were clear, and bending them would be inappropriate. He needed a teammate, someone who wouldn't interfere with his strategy but could satisfy the minimum team requirement. His eyes fell on a girl who stood alone in the corner, a student from the support course who had somehow qualified for the cavalry battle through clever use of her inventions during the race. She looked nervous, clearly out of her element among the hero course students. Izuku approached her. "What is your name?" The girl jumped, startled by being addressed. "Mei Hatsume. I'm from the support course." "Your quirk?" "Zoom. I can see really far and focus my vision on tiny details. It's perfect for inventing." She seemed to realize she was rambling and stopped herself. Why do you ask?" "I require a teammate for the cavalry battle. You will serve that purpose. In exchange, I will ensure we reach the final tournament stage, giving you maximum exposure for your inventions." It was a purely transactional offer. No false friendliness or unnecessary promises. Mei's eyes lit up. Really? You're that Midoriya guy everyone's talking about, right? The one who destroyed the zero-pointer and saved everyone during the villain attack? If I team up with you, my babies, my inventions will get tons of screen time. Then we have an arrangement. They registered as a 2-person team, the minimum allowed. Other teams had 3 or 4 members, giving them numerical advantage, but Izuku didn't care about numbers. Strength mattered, not quantity. The cavalry battle began with Midnight's signal. Immediately, every team on the field turned toward Izuku and Mei, the 10 million point headband making them the priority target. Bakugo's team charged from the left, Todoroki's from the right, and several other teams from various angles, all attempting to coordinate an overwhelming assault. Izuku stood perfectly still, allowing Mei to ride on his shoulders per the cavalry battle rules. His expression was unchanged as dozens of students rushed toward them with quirks activated and strategies deployed. Midoriya? Mei said nervously. They're all coming at us? Shouldn't we, run or something? No, Izuku replied simply. Then he raised both hands. Summoned swords materialized around them, hundreds of spectral blades forming multiple layers of defensive barriers. The first wave of attackers crashed into the barrier and were immediately repelled, the blades delivering non-lethal impacts that sent students flying backward without causing serious injury. Whoa! Mei exclaimed, gripping Izuku's shoulders tightly. This is amazing! Your quirk is so cool! Izuku said nothing, focusing on maintaining the barrier while tracking all approaching teams. Bakugo's team tried to blast through with explosions, but the summoned swords simply reformed after each attack. Todoroki's team attempted to freeze the blades, but Izuku dismissed the frozen ones and created new ones instantly. This is impossible, someone from another team shouted. We can't get close to him. They were correct. Izuku's barrier was impenetrable to students of their level. But maintaining hundreds of summoned swords required concentration and energy, not enough to tire him significantly, but enough that he couldn't maintain it indefinitely while also executing offensive maneuvers. He needed to thin the opposition. Izuku gestured with his right hand, and half of his summoned swords broke from the defensive formation, shooting outward in a coordinated assault. They targeted headbands rather than students, spectral blades precisely cutting the cloth bands and stealing them from teams all across the field. Within seconds, Izuku had acquired dozens of headbands, eliminating teams from competition without harming any participants. Incredible! President Mick shouted. Midoriya's team has just eliminated half the competition in one move. This is completely unprecedented! Bakugo snarled in frustration, his pride wounded by being unable to even approach his target. Damn it! We need a new strategy. Todoroki's expression remained cold, but his mind was working furiously. Midoriya's defense was too strong for direct assault, but there had to be a weakness, some limitation to those summoned swords. The cavalry battle continued for another 10 minutes, various teams attempting different strategies to reach Izuku, all failing against his overwhelming power. By the time Midnight called the end of the event, Izuku's team had the 10 million point headband plus dozens of others, far exceeding any other team's total. The top 8 teams advanced to the tournament stage, but it was clear who the real threat was. Izuku Midoriya had dominated both events so completely that the other students were beginning to question whether competing against him was even possible. During the lunch break, Todoroki approached Izuku in a quiet corridor away from the crowds. His expression was serious, his heterochromatic eyes intense. Midoriya, he said, we need to talk. Izuku regarded him with cool indifference. Speak. Your power. It's not just a quirk, is it? The way you move, the way you fight. That's not how someone with a transformation ability operates. You're hiding something. Everyone hides something, Izuku replied. What I hide is irrelevant to you. Maybe, but I want you to know that I will defeat you in the tournament. Not because I hate you or want to prove anything to you specifically, but because I need to prove it to someone else. Todoroki's expression hardened. I will show my father that I can become the #1 hero using only my mother's quirk without relying on his fire. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. So that was it. Todoroki's refusal to use half his quirk stemmed from familial conflict, a psychological limitation born from emotional trauma rather than rational assessment. Foolishness, Izuku said. You handicap yourself to spite your father, reducing your own power to make a statement he likely doesn't even notice. That is weakness, Todoroki. You claim to seek strength while actively choosing to be weaker than you could be. Do you not see the contradiction? Todoroki's jaw clenched. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. Izuku's voice was cold, cutting. Your father has wounded you emotionally, so you wound yourself physically and strategically in response. You think this makes you strong, independent, defiant. In reality, it makes you a slave to your trauma, forever defined by what your father did rather than what you choose to become. Without strength, you cannot protect anything, let alone yourself, and you actively choose weakness. The words hit like physical blows. Todoroki had never heard his internal conflict articulated so bluntly, so accurately. His fists clenched at his sides, ice forming unconsciously on his left hand. If we face each other in the tournament, Izuku continued, I will defeat you using only a fraction of my power. Not because I am disrespecting you, but because you disrespect yourself by refusing to use everything you have. You want to prove something to your father? Prove that you are stronger than him by becoming stronger than him, not by crippling yourself and claiming moral victory. Izuku walked past Todoroki, leaving the heterochromatic boy standing in the corridor, ice spreading across the floor beneath his feet. The words had struck deep, challenging beliefs that Todoroki had held for years. But whether those words would change anything remained to be seen. The tournament bracket was revealed during lunch. 16 students would compete in single elimination matches, the winners advancing until only one remained. Izuku was placed in the top half of the bracket with his first match against a student from Class 1B named Hitoshi Shinso, a boy with purple hair and an exhausted expression. Izuku knew nothing about Shinso's quirk or abilities, but that would become apparent soon enough. Every opponent was an opportunity to test himself, to gauge his abilities against different challenges. The tournament stage was a massive arena in the center of the stadium, a raised platform surrounded by thousands of spectators. Present Mike and Aizawa served as commentators, their contrasting styles providing both excitement and technical analysis. The first match was between two students Izuku didn't recognize, a test of speed versus strength that ended quickly when the strength user landed a decisive blow. The crowd cheered, energy building for the matches to come. Izuku's match was third in the lineup. He walked to the arena with measured steps, Yamato secured at his side, his expression calm and focused. Across from him, Shinso entered looking nervous but determined, clearly aware of the gap in their apparent abilities. Midnight raised her hand, ready to signal the start of the match. The crowd quieted in anticipation. Begin! Shinso immediately spoke, his voice carrying across the arena. Hey, Midoriya, I heard you think quirks are everything, that people without flashy powers are worthless. It was obvious bait, an attempt to provoke a verbal response. Izuku recognized the strategy immediately. Shinso's quirk must be triggered by verbal communication, probably some form of mind control or mental manipulation. Clever, but ultimately useless against someone who understood the trick, Izuku didn't respond. He simply drew Yamato and moved. His speed was incredible, crossing the distance between them in less than a second. Shinso's eyes widened in shock. He had expected at least a few moments to work his strategy, but Izuku had given him nothing. The blade of Yamato stopped centimeters from Shinso's throat, a perfectly controlled strike that demonstrated complete dominance without actually causing harm. Defeated, Izuku said quietly, just loud enough for Shinso to hear. Your quirk requires verbal response to activate. Against an opponent who understands this and chooses silence, you have no offensive capability. Find a new strategy or remain weak. He sheathed Yamato and stepped back. Midnight called the match, declaring Izuku the winner. The crowd was stunned by how quickly it had ended, less than 5 seconds from start to finish. Shinso stood frozen, his strategy completely dismantled, his confidence shattered. He had hoped to use his quirk to control Midoriya and advance in the tournament, proving that even someone with a villain's quirk could become a hero. Instead, he had been defeated so quickly and efficiently that it felt like he hadn't even participated in the match. As Izuku walked off the arena, he caught sight of Shinso's expression, devastated, hopeless, lost. For the briefest moment, Izuku considered offering some form of encouragement. The boy had attempted a reasonable strategy based on his abilities. He had simply encountered an opponent who could counter it completely. But encouragement was not Izuku's responsibility. If Shinso was truly serious about becoming a hero, he would learn from this defeat and grow stronger. If he wasn't, then he had no business being at UA in the first place. That was the harsh reality of pursuing strength. The tournament continued. Bakugo defeated his opponent with overwhelming explosive force, showing better control than before, but still fighting with barely restrained rage. Todoroki froze his opponent solid within seconds, advancing without using his fire side at all. Ida used his incredible speed to push his opponent out of bounds before they could react. By the time the quarterfinals arrived, the matchups had become increasingly interesting. Izuku was paired against a student from Class 1A with a hardening quirk, a boy named Kirishima who could make his body as hard as rock, giving him incredible defensive capabilities. Kirishima entered the arena with a confident grin, having watched Izuku's previous match. "I know your trick now, Midoriya. You're crazy fast and you've got that sword, but my quirk lets me tank any physical hit. Let's see how your blade handles unbreakable defense." It was a reasonable strategy. Kirishima's quirk gave him impressive durability. Against normal opponents, his hardening would allow him to weather attacks and wait for openings. But Izuku was not a normal opponent. The match began, and Kirishima immediately activated his hardening quirk, his skin taking on a rocky, armored appearance. He charged forward with surprising speed, attempting to close distance and force Izuku into close quarters combat. Izuku drew Yamato and swung once. Judgment cut. The dimensional slash passed through Kirishima's hardened body as though the armor wasn't there, the blade cutting through space itself rather than through matter. Kirishima froze mid-charge, confused about why nothing hurt. Then his hardening quirk deactivated, the energy maintaining it severed by Izuku's attack. "Your durability is impressive," Izuku said, but Yamato cuts through anything. Quirk-generated armor is no exception. He stepped forward and placed the flat of Yamato against Kirishima's chest, pushing gently. The red-headed boy stumbled backward, off balance and vulnerable, stepping out of bounds. "Winner, Midoriya!" Midnight announced. Kirishima stood at the edge of the arena, looking down at his hands in confusion. His quirk should have protected him, should have given him a fighting chance. Instead, it had been negated entirely by a single technique he didn't even fully understand. The semifinals approached. Izuku's next opponent was determined by the other quarterfinal matches. Bakugo had defeated his opponent through sheer aggressive force, while Todoroki had frozen his opponent solid. That meant Izuku would face whoever won between Bakugo and Ida in their match. That match was intense. Ida's speed gave him an advantage, allowing him to dodge Bakugo's explosions while landing quick strikes. But Bakugo's combat instincts were excellent, and he eventually predicted Ida's movement pattern, landing a massive explosion that sent Ida flying out of bounds. So the semifinal would be Izuku versus Bakugo, a rematch of their combat training exercise from weeks ago. The blonde was grinning like a maniac, clearly relishing the opportunity to fight Izuku again in front of the entire nation. They entered the arena from opposite sides. The crowd was roaring, sensing that this would be the most intense match of the tournament so far. Present Mike was nearly screaming his commentary, while Aizawa provided dry observations about tactical considerations. Bakugo's hands were already sparking with explosive power. "Finally, I've been waiting for this, Midoriya. No more holding back, no more playing around. I'm gonna blow you away and prove I'm the strongest." Izuku regarded him with those cold green eyes. "Show me your motivation." Midnight's hand dropped. "Begin." Bakugo launched forward immediately, both hands extended to deliver a massive explosion. But Izuku was faster, sidestepping the attack and countering with a precise strike from Yamato's pommel that caught Bakugo in the ribs. The blonde grunted in pain but spun with the impact, using the momentum to launch another explosion from his other hand. The fight became a blur of motion. Bakugo was attacking relentlessly, explosions lighting up the arena, his strategy more refined than in their previous encounter. He had learned from that defeat, had studied Izuku's patterns, had developed new techniques specifically to counter summoned swords and dimensional cuts, but it wasn't enough. Izuku moved through Bakugo's assault like water flowing around rocks, each dodge minimal and precise, each counterattack calculated to maximum effect. When Bakugo tried to grab him for a point-blank explosion, Izuku cut through space and teleported behind him. When Bakugo used his explosions to fly and attack from above, Izuku summoned swords to intercept the assault. "Damn it!" Bakugo roared in frustration. "Why can't I hit you?" "You lack control," Izuku replied, his tone unchanged. "Your power is considerable, but you wield it like a hammer when precision requires a scalpel. Every attack is telegraphed, every strategy predictable. You fight with emotion rather than calculation. That is why you lose." Bakugo's eyes widened, rage and humiliation warring across his face. He charged forward with the largest explosion yet, pouring everything he had into one devastating attack that would either end the match or exhaust him completely. Izuku raised Yamato and swung. Judgment Cut. The dimensional slash split Bakugo's explosion down the middle, dissipating the attack harmlessly to either side of Izuku while the invisible cut continued forward. It struck Bakugo's shoulder, not the edge of the blade, but the pressure wave of the dimensional cut itself, and sent him spinning out of control, crashing to the arena floor and rolling out of bounds. Silence fell over the stadium. Then Midnight raised her hand. "Bakugo is out of bounds! Winner, Midoriya!" Bakugo lay on the ground outside the arena, staring up at the sky, his body refusing to move. He had lost again. Despite all his training, all his preparation, all his determination, Izuku had defeated him just as easily as before. The gap hadn't closed. If anything, it had widened. Izuku walked to the edge of the arena and looked down at Bakugo. "Your motivation is strong," he said quietly, the closest thing to a compliment Bakugo had ever heard from him. "But motivation without power is meaningless. Become stronger, then challenge me again." He walked away, leaving Bakugo to process the defeat alone. The other semifinal was Todoroki versus a student from Class 1A with a creation quirk, Yaoyorozu, the girl with the ponytail. The match was tactical and strategic, both fighters using their quirks cleverly. But Todoroki's raw power ultimately overwhelmed Yaoyorozu's preparations, his ice filling the arena and forcing her to yield, which meant the final match would be Izuku versus Todoroki. The stadium erupted in excitement. This was the matchup everyone had anticipated, the two strongest students in the first-year hero course, both of whom had dominated their paths through the tournament. The contrast between them was striking. Izuku with his cold precision and overwhelming techniques, Todoroki with his massive quirk power and internal conflict, they stood facing each other across the arena, the crowd's roar fading into background noise. Todoroki's left side was already frosting over, ice forming in preparation for the match. His expression was intense, focused, driven by the need to prove himself without using his father's power. Izuku's hand rested on Yamato's handle, his stance relaxed but ready. His green eyes assessed Todoroki with the same calculating precision he applied to every opponent. "Midoriya," Todoroki said, his voice carrying across the arena, "I will defeat you using only my ice. I will prove that I don't need that man's power to be the strongest." Izuku's expression didn't change. "You will lose. Not because your ice is weak, but because you choose to be weaker than you are. Defeating you like this has no meaning." Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "What are you saying?" "I am saying that I will not fight seriously against an opponent who refuses to fight seriously themselves. If you will not use your full power, then I will not use mine. This will be a waste of both our time." The crowd murmured in confusion. Was Midoriya saying he would throw the match? That didn't seem to match his personality at all. Midnight raised her hand, uncertain but committed to her duty. "Begin." Todoroki immediately created a massive wave of ice, covering the entire arena floor in a frozen landscape. It was his opening move against every opponent, a tactic that had worked flawlessly throughout the tournament. The ice spread toward Izuku like a glacier, impossible to dodge or avoid. Izuku drew Yamato and swung, a horizontal cut that generated a judgment cut through the approaching ice. The dimensional slash severed the frozen wave, splitting it down the middle and creating a clear path directly to Todoroki. But Izuku didn't advance through that path. He simply stood in place, waiting. Todoroki's frustration was visible. He created more ice, attacking from multiple angles, trying to overwhelm Izuku with sheer volume and power. Each attack was met with a casual dimensional cut, that destroyed it effortlessly. "You're not even trying!" Todoroki shouted. "Fight me seriously! Use your fire!" Izuku replied. "Then I will consider fighting seriously." "I won't. I refuse to use his power." "Then you refuse to win." Izuku sheathed Yamato with a quiet click. "I told you this would be meaningless." The crowd was confused, the commentators scrambling to understand what was happening. This was supposed to be the grand finale, the ultimate test of strength between the two strongest students. Instead, it had become a strange standoff where neither fighter seemed willing to engage properly. Todoroki gritted his teeth, ice spreading further across the arena, frost forming on his own body from overuse of his quirk. He knew Izuku was right. By refusing to use half his power, he was guaranteeing defeat. But accepting that meant accepting his father's power, accepting that Endeavor had been right to force this quirk combination onto him. In the stands, Endeavor watched with burning intensity, literally. His flames were flaring with barely contained emotion. His son had the potential to be the strongest hero of the next generation, but this psychological block was holding him back. And now this Midoriya boy was exposing that weakness in front of the entire nation. All Might, sitting in the VIP section, was equally troubled, but for different reasons. Young Midoriya wasn't trying to help Todoroki overcome his trauma. He was coldly stating facts, forcing confrontation through brutal honesty rather than encouragement. It was effective, perhaps, but it lacked the warmth and inspiration that All Might believed heroes should embody. On the arena, Todoroki launched another ice attack, this one even larger than before. Izuku didn't even draw his blade this time. He simply raised his left hand, and dozens of summoned swords materialized, forming a barrier that blocked the ice completely. "You're killing yourself," Izuku observed, noting the frost spreading across Todoroki's body, the boy's movements becoming sluggish from the cold. "Your body can only handle so much ice before you suffer hypothermia, yet you persist in this foolish limitation rather than balancing your quirk with your fire side. Is your pride worth dying for?" Todoroki staggered, his left side almost completely frozen now. His breathing labored. But still he refused, creating one more massive ice formation, pouring everything he had left into the attack. Izuku drew Yamato and walked forward, cutting through the ice as casually as if it were paper. He crossed the arena, step by measured step, until he stood directly in front of the exhausted Todoroki. "Without strength, you cannot protect anything," Izuku said, his voice quiet but carrying clearly in the now silent stadium. "You have strength, Todoroki. You simply refuse to use it. That makes you a fool, and I have no patience for fools." He placed his free hand on Todoroki's chest and pushed, gently but firmly. Todoroki, too exhausted to resist, stumbled backward and fell out of bounds. "Winner, Midoriya," Midnight announced, but it felt hollow. The crowd's cheers were muted, confused. This was supposed to be the championship match, the ultimate showdown. Instead, it had been a lecture followed by a mercy push that barely qualified as a fight. Izuku walked back to the center of the arena, his expression unchanged. He had won the tournament, but the victory meant nothing. He had defeated opponents who couldn't challenge him, who handicapped themselves through psychological limitations or tactical errors. There had been no growth, no test of his true abilities. Disappointing. The award ceremony proceeded as scheduled, despite the anticlimactic finale. Izuku stood on the first-place platform while Bakugo and Todoroki occupied second and third, respectively. All Might appeared in his full muscular form to present the medals, his smile bright but his eyes troubled when they met Izuku's. "Young Midoriya," All Might said as he placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. "You are undoubtedly powerful, and your victory today was absolute. But I hope you'll remember that being a hero means more than just strength. It means inspiring others, giving people hope, showing them that tomorrow can be better than today." Izuku regarded the number one hero with those cold green eyes. Hope is worthless without the power to make it reality. Inspiration means nothing if those you inspire are too weak to act on it. I will become stronger, All Might. That is my path. Whether others find hope or inspiration in that is their choice, not my responsibility. All Might's smile faltered for just a moment. Then he recovered, placing a large hand on Izuku's shoulder. I understand that you believe this now, young man, but I hope that as you grow and experience more of what it means to be a hero, you'll find that power and heart must work together. One without the other is incomplete. Izuku said nothing, simply accepting the medal and the victory it represented. The ceremony concluded with fireworks and celebrations, the crowd cheering despite their confusion about the final match. In the stands, Inko watched her son accept his medal with mixed emotions. She was proud of his strength, of his complete dominance throughout the festival, but she was also concerned about his isolation, his refusal to connect with his peers, his increasingly cold approach to everything involving other people. That evening, after the festival concluded and students were dismissed, Inko met Izuku at the school gates. They walked home together in comfortable silence, the streets quiet after the excitement of the day. "You were magnificent," Inko said finally, "completely dominant, just as your father would have been." "The opponents were weak," Izuku replied. "Not weak in absolute terms, some of them had considerable power, but weak in application, in strategy, in willingness to use everything available to them. That Todoroki boy especially. He possesses tremendous power, but cripples himself with emotional baggage. You were harsh with him. I was honest with him. He needed to hear truth, not comfortable lies about doing his best or following his heart. Without strength, he cannot protect anything. Until he accepts that and uses all of his power, he will remain inferior to what he could be." Inko sighed. "Your father used to say similar things. He believed that power was everything, that strength determined worth. But Izuku, he also learned eventually that power without purpose becomes destruction. He chose to protect humanity despite being a demon because he found something worth protecting beyond his own strength. I protect people," Izuku said. "I eliminated villains at the UA attack. I prevent crimes when I encounter them on the streets. What more purpose is needed?" "Connection," Inko replied. "Understanding why you protect, not just that you protect. Knowing the people you save, caring about their lives beyond their survival. Your father became truly strong not when he mastered his demon power, but when he understood what that power was for." They walked in silence for a while longer. Finally, Izuku spoke again, his voice carrying a note of uncertainty that rarely appeared. "Did my father ever doubt his path?" "Every day," Inko said. "He doubted whether protecting humans was right when demons were being hunted. He doubted whether his power was enough when faced with threats beyond imagination. He doubted whether he could be both demon and protector. But he never doubted that the path itself was worth walking, even when it was difficult." Izuku absorbed this information, filing it away alongside everything else he knew about his father. Sparda had been powerful enough to defeat demon lords, to seal away the demon realm, to become legend among both humans and demons. Yet, according to his mother, that power had come with doubt, with questioning, with internal conflict. Perhaps there was more to strength than simple dominance. That night, Izuku stood in his training room, Yamato held in both hands as he practiced forms. His movements were perfect as always, each strike precise enough to cut through reality itself. But for the first time in months, he found himself thinking about more than just the physical execution of techniques. Why did he seek power? The answer had always seemed obvious. Power prevented weakness, prevented vulnerability, prevented loss. But his mother's words had introduced a new consideration. Power without purpose becomes destruction. Was his pursuit of strength ultimately purposeless? Was he becoming powerful simply to be powerful, with no goal beyond the accumulation of abilities? The thought was uncomfortable, unfamiliar. Izuku had never questioned his path before, had never considered that there might be dimensions to strength beyond raw capability. But the sports festival had proven something troubling. He could defeat every opponent he faced, yet those victories felt hollow. There was no satisfaction in defeating handicapped opponents, no growth in overwhelming those who couldn't challenge him. He needed stronger opponents. But perhaps he also needed to understand what strength was truly for. Izuku completed his final form and sheathed Yamato with a quiet click. The blade hummed, as though responding to his thoughts. The weapon that carried his father's memories, seeming to recognize this moment of introspection. Tomorrow he would return to UA, to classes and training, and the continued pursuit of greater power. But tonight, for the first time, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself to question not whether he was strong enough, but what being strong enough truly meant. The answer would come in time. Until then, he would continue walking his path, continue growing stronger, continue seeking the challenges that would push him beyond his current limits. That was all he could do, all he knew how to do. It would have to be enough. The weeks following the sports festival brought significant changes to UA and to Izuku's life. His dominant performance had attracted attention from pro heroes across Japan, resulting in dozens of internship offers from agencies eager to work with such a powerful student. Most offered standard training programs, opportunities to observe professional hero work, the usual platitudes about helping him develop his potential. Izuku declined them all. The offers came from heroes seeking fame through association with a tournament champion, not from warriors seeking to truly test and strengthen him. He had no interest in publicity tours or carefully managed training scenarios designed to make agencies look good. What he needed was real combat, genuine challenges, situations that would force him to grow. Only one offer caught his attention, a brief handwritten note from a hero named Gran Torino, a retired pro who had personally trained All Might decades ago. The note was blunt. "You're strong but sloppy. Come train with me if you want to learn precision." No flattery, no promises of fame, just a straightforward assessment and challenge. Izuku accepted. Gran Torino's agency was located in a small city several hours from Musutafu, a deliberately low-profile location that avoided media attention. When Izuku arrived for his week-long internship, he found a small office above a bakery, barely marked with a faded hero agency sign. The interior was modest. Simple furniture, outdated equipment, nothing suggesting this was the base of a legendary hero. An elderly man sat in a worn chair, appearing to be asleep. He was small, hunched with age, wearing a full-body yellow hero costume that looked like it had seen decades of use. Izuku knew better than to assume weakness based on appearance. He remained silent, waiting for the old man to acknowledge his presence. Gran Torino's eyes snapped open. "So you're the Midoriya kid, the one who cut through space itself and defeated a Nomu during the UA attack." Impressive. He stood with surprising spryness, walking around Izuku in a circle, examining him from all angles. "But I watched your sports festival matches. Know what I saw? What did you see?" Izuku asked, genuinely curious. "Overwhelming power, perfect technique, complete dominance, and absolutely no understanding of real combat." Gran Torino's voice was sharp despite his age. "You've been fighting opponents who can't challenge you, so you've developed bad habits. You rely on power instead of strategy, on raw ability instead of tactical thinking. Against someone truly strong, those habits would get you killed." Izuku's eyes narrowed. "You claim I would lose against a strong opponent? I know you would, because I'm about to prove it." Gran Torino moved. His quirk jet allowed him to shoot compressed air from his feet, propelling himself at incredible speeds in any direction. He bounced off walls, ceiling, and floor in a pattern too complex to predict, moving faster than Izuku had seen any opponent move before. Izuku drew Yamato, preparing to use Judgment Cut to intercept the old hero's trajectory. But before he could complete the technique, Gran Torino was behind him, landing a solid kick to Izuku's back that sent him flying forward into a wall. "Too slow," Gran Torino shouted. "You telegraph every attack. Any competent fighter can read your movements and counter." Izuku pulled himself from the wall, genuinely surprised. No one had landed a hit on him in months. He assessed the situation. Gran Torino's speed was exceptional, his movement pattern deliberately chaotic to prevent prediction. A serious opponent. Finally, Izuku summoned swords, creating a defensive barrier while he analyzed Gran Torino's pattern. But the old hero was already adapting, changing his trajectory to avoid the summoned blades, bouncing between them like a pinball, impossible to track or target. Another kick from behind, this one to Izuku's head, then one from the side, then from above. Gran Torino was landing hits faster than Izuku could react, each impact measured to teach rather than seriously injure. But the lesson was clear. Overwhelming power meant nothing if you couldn't hit your opponent. "You're too dependent on your quirk," Gran Torino called out between attacks. "You treat combat like a series of techniques to execute rather than a fluid exchange of strategy and counterattack." That worked against students, but it won't work against real threats. Izuku dismissed his summoned swords and really focused on Gran Torino's movement. The old hero was fast, but there were patterns. Subtle, nearly invisible, but patterns nonetheless. The way he positioned himself between bounces, the angle of his approach, the timing of his strikes. It was chaotic, but not random. When Gran Torino attacked again, Izuku was ready. He didn't try to strike back. Instead, he shifted his position slightly, changing the angle Gran Torino had calculated for. The old hero's kick passed harmlessly through the space where Izuku had been, and for the first time, he landed without immediately bouncing away. Better, Gran Torino grinned. You're learning, but learning isn't enough. Show me you can apply it. They continued for hours. Gran Torino attacked relentlessly, forcing Izuku to defend, to predict, to adapt. Slowly, grudgingly, Izuku began to understand what the old hero was teaching. Combat wasn't just about power. It was about reading your opponent, understanding their limitations, exploiting weaknesses. All the power in the world was useless if you couldn't apply it effectively. By the end of the first day, Izuku was exhausted in a way he hadn't experienced since his early childhood training with his mother. His body was covered in bruises from Gran Torino's kicks, his pride wounded by the realization that he had developed bad habits. You did well for a first day, Gran Torino said, handing Izuku a cold drink. Most students can't even track my movements, let alone start adapting to them. You've got natural talent and excellent fundamentals, but talent alone won't make you the strongest. You need experience, real combat experience against opponents who can challenge you. Where do I find such opponents? Izuku asked. Gran Torino's expression became serious. They're out there. The villains who attacked UAA weren't random criminals. They were organized, well-funded, and they deployed a Nomu bioweapon. That suggests a larger organization, something more dangerous than typical villain groups. As you grow stronger and more visible, they'll come for you. When they do, you need to be ready. That night, Izuku reflected on the day's training. Gran Torino had exposed weaknesses he hadn't known he had, challenged him in ways the sports festival never could. This was what he needed. Opponents and mentors who could push him beyond his comfort zone, force him to grow in new directions. The week continued in similar fashion. Gran Torino taught him to minimize telegraphing, to hide his intentions until the moment of execution, to read his opponent's subtle tells and capitalize on them. They practiced combat scenarios where Izuku wasn't allowed to use his most powerful techniques, forcing him to rely on fundamentals and strategy rather than overwhelming force. It was humbling, frustrating, challenging, perfect. On the final day of the internship, Gran Torino sparred with Izuku one last time. This match was different. The old hero wasn't holding back as much, moving at speeds that pushed even Izuku's enhanced perception to its limits. But Izuku had learned from the week's training, had integrated Gran Torino's lessons into his combat approach. When Gran Torino launched his final attack, Izuku was ready. He didn't try to defend with summoned swords or cut through space with judgment cut. Instead, he used precise footwork to position himself exactly where Gran Torino couldn't strike effectively, then delivered a single measured counter with Yamato's pommel that caught the old hero mid-bounce. Gran Torino crashed to the floor, rolled, and came up grinning. Excellent! That's what I wanted to see. You've still got a long way to go, kid, but you're starting to understand what real combat looks like. Keep training, keep learning, and maybe you'll become the strongest hero of your generation. Second strongest, a new voice said from the doorway. All Might entered in his full muscular form, his presence immediately filling the small office with his characteristic energy. He had come to check on Izuku's training, curious about how Gran Torino's methods were working with such a powerful student. All Might, Izuku acknowledged with a slight nod. Young Midoriya, I heard you've been training hard with Gran Torino. That's wonderful. He's the best teacher in Japan, taught me everything I know about hero work. All Might's smile was bright, but his eyes were serious. I wanted to talk to you about something important. Can we speak privately? Gran Torino waved them toward a small meeting room, then busied himself with paperwork to give them privacy. Izuku followed All Might, curious about what the number one hero wanted to discuss. Once the door closed, All Might's form deflated, revealing his true skeletal appearance. Izuku showed no surprise. He had suspected All Might had some limitation given the way the hero appeared and disappeared from public view on strict schedules. Young Midoriya, All Might began, his voice quieter in this form. I've been watching your development with great interest. Your power is extraordinary, perhaps the greatest raw potential I've ever seen in a student. But I'm concerned about your philosophy, your approach to heroism. You speak of strength as the only thing that matters, of eliminating rather than capturing villains, of having no patience for those you consider weak. These beliefs, they're dangerous, Midoriya. Izuku regarded All Might with those cold green eyes. You believe mercy is superior to efficiency. I believe that heroes must inspire hope and protect people, not just eliminate threats. When you kill a villain, you deny them the chance to reform, to change, to become better. You make a final judgment that should be left to the justice system. And when that villain escapes from prison, kills more innocent people, causes more suffering, whose responsibility is that? The justice system that failed to contain them? The heroes who captured rather than eliminated them? Or the victims who died because we chose mercy over effectiveness? All Might was quiet for a moment, considering his response. I understand your logic, Midoriya. I truly do. There have been times when I questioned whether my no-killing rule was truly the right path. But I've seen what happens when heroes become executioners. They lose the public's trust, they become feared rather than admired. They cross a line that changes them fundamentally. Power without restraint, without moral foundation, becomes tyranny. I am not interested in being admired, Izuku replied. I am interested in being effective. Every villain I have killed was actively threatening innocent lives. I made those decisions based on calculated assessment of threat level and probability of repeat offense. This is not tyranny, it is efficiency. But who makes you the judge of who lives and who dies? What gives you the right to make that decision? Izuku's expression didn't change. Power gives me that right. Might controls everything. Those who possess the strength to act have the responsibility to do so. Those who lack strength must accept the decisions of those who possess it. This is the fundamental truth of our world, whether you acknowledge it or not. All Might looked pained. That's exactly the philosophy that villains use to justify their actions, Midoriya. I'm strong, therefore I can do what I want. That's not heroism, that's might makes right, taken to its logical extreme. The difference, Izuku said, is what we choose to do with that power. I protect people. I eliminate threats. I prevent suffering. Villains cause suffering for their own benefit. We may operate under similar philosophical frameworks, but our applications are fundamentally opposed. They stared at each other for a long moment, an impasse of worldviews that neither could bridge. Finally, All Might sighed. I can't force you to change your beliefs, Midoriya, but I hope that as you continue at UA, as you experience more of what it means to be a hero, you'll find that there's value in mercy, in second chances, in inspiring people to be better, rather than simply eliminating those who aren't. That's what makes a true hero. Not just strength, but heart. I will consider your words, Izuku said, which was the most All Might could hope for. The internship week ended, and Izuku returned to UA with new skills and deeper understanding of combat fundamentals. But he also returned with confirmation that his philosophy put him at odds with the hero society he was training to join. All Might's words had raised questions he couldn't immediately answer about right and wrong, about justice and mercy, about what separated heroes from villains beyond their stated intentions. These were not comfortable questions. Izuku preferred the clarity of strength, the simple mathematics of power and ability. Moral philosophy was messy, subjective, impossible to quantify or perfect through training. Yet, he couldn't simply dismiss All Might's concerns, couldn't pretend there were no valid points in the hero's argument. Perhaps this was what his mother had meant about power needing purpose. Perhaps strength without understanding became something dangerous, even when applied with good intentions. The realization didn't change Izuku's fundamental approach. He still believed power was paramount, still intended to grow stronger regardless of others' opinions. But it introduced nuance to his thinking, made him question not what he did, but why he did it. That questioning would prove crucial in the weeks to come, as UA. faced new threats, and Izuku's philosophy was tested in ways he couldn't yet imagine. The final weeks of the semester brought a return to regular school routines, though the sports festival's aftermath continued to influence daily life. Students who had performed well received recognition and praise, while those who had struggled were motivated to train harder. The Hero course intensified its curriculum, preparing students for their final exams and eventual summer training camp. For Izuku, the routine was welcome. Classes provided structure, training provided purpose, and the continued isolation provided space to think about the questions All Might had raised. He still didn't have answers, still couldn't reconcile his philosophy of strength with the Hero's philosophy of hope. But he was at least willing to consider that both might have merit. His classmates had mostly given up on befriending him after months of polite rejection and cold dismissal. Only a few still made occasional attempts. Mina with her boundless enthusiasm, Ida with his earnest belief in class unity, and surprisingly, Uraraka, who seemed to see something in Izuku that others missed. "You're not as cold as you pretend to be," she said one afternoon during a break between classes. "I saw you help Shinso after defeating him at the sports festival, giving him advice even though you said it wasn't your responsibility. You care more than you admit." Izuku regarded her with mild surprise. He had thought his advice to Shinso had gone unnoticed. It had been brief, quiet, nothing he considered particularly significant. "I merely stated facts about his quirk's limitations. That is not caring. You took time to help someone who couldn't benefit you at all. That's caring, even if you don't call it that." Uraraka smiled. "I think you're going to be an amazing hero, Midoriya. You just need to let yourself be human sometimes, too." She walked away before he could respond, leaving him standing in the hallway with an uncomfortable feeling he couldn't quite name. Perhaps she was right. Perhaps his insistence on complete emotional detachment was itself a limitation, a weakness he had created through rigid adherence to his philosophy. The thought was troubling. Izuku had spent years training his body and mind to perfection, eliminating weaknesses through discipline and dedication. The idea that his emotional isolation might itself be a weakness rather than a strength challenged his fundamental understanding of power. Final exams approached quickly. Unlike typical schools, UA's final exam for the Hero course would be practical rather than academic. Students would face off against pro heroes in simulated combat scenarios, testing their ability to apply what they had learned in real situations. Aizawa explained the format during homeroom. You'll be paired with another student and face one of the faculty members. Your goal is to either defeat the pro hero or escape the designated area within 30 minutes. Simple enough, but don't underestimate the challenge. These are experienced heroes who know how to exploit student mistakes. The pairings were announced. Most seemed randomly selected, though Izuku suspected there was strategy behind the assignments. He was paired with Bakugo, the worst possible teammate given their complete lack of cooperation during the sports festival. Their opponent would be All Might himself. Bakugo looked furious when he heard the pairing. "Why do I have to team up with you? I can take All Might by myself." "Then you will fail," Izuku replied. "All Might is the #1 hero. Even working together, our probability of success is minimal. Alone, you have no chance." "Shut up. I don't need your analysis." Aizawa looked at them both with his characteristic tired expression. "You're paired together because you both need to learn teamwork. Midoriya, you fight alone despite being surrounded by potential allies. Bakugo, you refuse to acknowledge anyone else's strength. Until you overcome these limitations, you cannot become true heroes. This exam will force you to work together or fail together." The practical exam took place in a destroyed urban environment, perfect for simulating realistic combat scenarios. Izuku and Bakugo stood at the starting position, the exit gate visible in the distance. Between them and that gate was All Might in his full muscular form, grinning with confidence. "Well then, young Midoriya, young Bakugo, are you ready to face the challenge of fighting against me? This will not be easy. I am All Might, the symbol of peace, and I will use all my strength to stop you. Your time starts now." All Might launched forward, his speed incredible despite his massive size. Bakugo immediately fired a massive explosion, but All Might simply pushed through it, his strength allowing him to ignore the blast entirely. His fist came down where Bakugo had been standing, the impact creating a crater and sending up a cloud of debris. Izuku was already moving, drawing Yamato and aiming a judgment cut at All Might's back. The dimensional slash should have struck true, but All Might sensed the attack and dodged at the last possible moment, demonstrating combat instincts honed through decades of experience. "Excellent," All Might called out, "but you'll need to do better than that to defeat me." Bakugo emerged from the debris, launching another series of explosions. "I'll blow you away, All Might." "We need to cooperate," Izuku said, his voice cutting through Bakugo's aggression. "Separate attacks are ineffective. We must coordinate." "I don't need your help." Bakugo snarled, charging at All Might with explosive propulsion. All Might caught Bakugo mid-charge, his massive hand wrapping around the blonde's torso. "Young Bakugo, your determination is admirable, but your lack of strategy is a fatal flaw." He threw Bakugo toward a building, the impact hard enough to crack concrete. Izuku analyzed the situation. All Might was too fast and too strong for conventional attacks. Even his dimensional cuts were being dodged or deflected. The goal wasn't to defeat the number one hero. That was likely impossible for students at their level. The goal was to reach the exit gate or restrain All long enough to pass the 30-minute time limit. That meant they need to create an opening. "Bakugo," Izuku called out, "stop attacking All Might directly. Focus on creating obstacles and distractions. I will find an opening for escape." "Why should I listen to you?" Bakugo shot back, pulling himself from the rubble. "Because I am correct and you are failing. Choose pride or choose victory. You cannot have both." Bakugo's jaw clenched, fury and humiliation warring across his face. But he wasn't stupid. He could see that his solo assault was accomplishing nothing. Finally, grudgingly, he nodded. "Fine, but if this doesn't work, I'm blaming you." They moved together for the first time, Bakugo using his explosions to create smoke and debris, while Izuku positioned for precise strikes. All Might was adapting, using his incredible speed to clear the obstacles and target them individually. But coordination was creating small openings, moments where the hero's attention was divided. Izuku saw his chance. While All Might was focused on dodging Bakugo's largest explosion yet, Izuku used Yamato to cut through space, teleporting behind All Might and summoning a dozen spectral swords aimed at the hero's blind spot. All Might spun and punched, the shockwave from his fist dispersing the summoned swords like dandelion seeds. But the attack had served its purpose, forcing All Might to commit to defense, creating a moment of vulnerability. "Now!" Izuku shouted to Bakugo. The blonde understood immediately, launching himself toward the exit gate with explosive propulsion, while All Might was still recovering from dispersing the summoned swords. Izuku followed, using his superior speed to match Bakugo's explosive mobility. All Might saw what they were doing and charged after them, his incredible strength allowing him to cover ground faster than either student. But Izuku had prepared for this. He stopped running and turned, raising Yamato with both hands. Judgment cut end. He unleashed the technique, creating hundreds of dimensional slashes in the space between them and All Might. The hero was forced to stop and weave through the attacks, his combat instincts allowing him to avoid most of the cuts, but slowing his pursuit significantly. Bakugo reached the exit gate first, crossing the threshold. Izuku followed moments later, completing the objective just as the dimensional slashes faded. All Might stood at the entrance to the exam area, his expression a mixture of pride and concern. "You passed," All Might announced. "That was excellent teamwork at the end." However, his expression became serious. "Young Midoriya, that final technique, judgment cut end, that's extremely dangerous to use in a school setting. The dimensional cuts could have seriously injured me or destroyed the exam area. You need to be more careful with such powerful techniques." "I had complete control," Izuku replied. "None of the cuts targeted you directly. They were positioned to slow pursuit, not cause harm. Even so, the risk was calculated and acceptable. We passed the exam. The methodology is irrelevant." All Might sighed, recognizing that arguing further was pointless. Young Midoriya had his own way of thinking, and no amount of lecturing would change that immediately. Bakugo stood nearby, his expression conflicted. They had won, but only through cooperation, something he had sworn he didn't need. Worse, working with Izuku had proven effective, which meant his solo approach had been objectively wrong. The realization grated against everything Bakugo believed about his own superiority. "Don't think this changes anything," Bakugo said, not looking at Izuku. "Next time we fight, I'm going to crush you." "Show me your motivation," Izuku replied, the phrase having become something between a challenge and an acknowledgement. The other practical exams concluded over the following hours. Most students passed, though some required more dramatic interventions than others. The faculty gathered afterward to discuss student performance and plan for the upcoming summer training camp. Principal Nezu was particularly interested in Izuku's exam. Midoriya's power continues to grow at an alarming rate. His control over dimensional manipulation, his summoned swords, his combat instincts, all of these are developing faster than typical quirk progression would suggest. I'm curious about the true nature of his abilities. Aizawa nodded agreement. I've tried using erasure on him during training exercises. It doesn't affect his sword techniques or his summoned swords at all. If Devil Trigger is truly his quirk, it should be nullified when I look at him, but it's not. That suggests either my quirk isn't working properly, unlikely, or his power isn't a quirk at all. Have you spoken to him about this? All Might asked. Briefly. He deflected the question, said his abilities come from training and family heritage. I didn't push further. Students have a right to privacy about their quirks unless there's a safety concern. All Might's expression was thoughtful. I spoke with his mother during the sports festival. She mentioned that Midoriya's father was unusually powerful and left when Midoriya was very young. She seemed reluctant to discuss details, but there was something in her tone, almost like she was protecting a secret. Principal Nezu's eyes gleamed with interest. How fascinating. Well, whatever the truth about young Midoriya's power, it's clear he's going to be a significant force in hero society. Our job is to ensure he develops not just strength, but wisdom to use that strength properly. That's what worries me, All Might admitted. His philosophy about power, his willingness to kill villains, his complete lack of interest in inspiring people, these are concerning traits in someone so powerful. If he doesn't develop a proper heroic mindset, he could become as much a problem as a solution. The summer training camp was announced the following week. All students who passed their final exams would attend a week-long intensive training program in a remote mountain location designed to push their quirks and abilities to new levels. The camp would be run by a pro-hero team called the Wild Wild Pussycats. Known for their search and rescue expertise and unconventional training methods, Izuku had no particular interest in camp, but he recognized the value of intensive training and exposure to different teaching styles. If nothing else, it would provide opportunities to test himself against new challenges. The class prepared for departure, students buzzing with excitement about the training camp. Even Bakugo seemed motivated, clearly hoping to use the intensive training to finally surpass Izuku. The atmosphere was one of anticipation and determination. But in the shadows, villains were watching. The League of Villains had learned from their failed attack on UA, had studied the students who had defended against them, and had begun planning their next move. They had a particular interest in the green-haired boy who had destroyed their Nomu, cut through their portal, and defeated dozens of their members single-handedly. Izuku Midoriya had become a priority target. The training camp would not go as planned. The bus carrying Class 1A departed from UA. Early in the morning, students chattering excitedly about the upcoming week of intensive training. Most were eager to push their quirks further, to grow stronger under professional guidance. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Izuku sat alone in the back of the bus, Yamato resting against his shoulder, his expression unchanged by the excitement surrounding him. He had packed minimally, training clothes, basic necessities, nothing more. Everything else he needed existed within himself, within the demonic power that flowed through his veins. Midoriya, Mina called from several seats ahead. Aren't you excited? This is going to be amazing. The Wild Wild Pussycats are supposed to be incredible trainers. I am adequately prepared, Izuku replied, his tone ending the conversation before it could begin. Bakugo sat across the aisle, arms crossed, glaring at nothing in particular. Their cooperation during the final exam had left him in a foul mood, proof that working with others could be effective, which contradicted everything his pride demanded. He kept glancing at Izuku with barely contained frustration, clearly itching for another chance to prove his superiority. The bus wound through mountain roads for several hours before stopping at a rest area. Aizawa stepped to the front, his expression carrying its usual exhaustion mixed with something else, wariness perhaps, or concern. "This is our first stop," he announced. "Stretch your legs, use the facilities, get some air. We'll be here for 15 minutes before continuing to the camp location." Students filed off the bus gratefully, most immediately heading toward the rest area building. Izuku remained in his seat, eyes closed, conserving energy. He had learned from Gran Torino that efficiency meant managing resources carefully, never expending effort unnecessarily. A commotion outside drew his attention. Through the window, he saw two pro heroes in cat-themed costumes addressing the gathered students. The Wild Wild Pussycats, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Tiger. Their energetic presentation was met with confusion from students who had expected to arrive at the actual camp before meeting their instructors. "Welcome to the beginning of your hell training," Pixie Bob announced cheerfully, gesturing toward the forest below the cliff. "Your camp is at the base of this mountain. All you have to do is make it through the beast's forest using your quirks. You have until noon to reach the facility." Understanding dawned on the students' faces. This wasn't a rest stop. It was the beginning of the training. The forest stretched for miles, filled with obstacles and challenges designed to push their abilities to the limit. Several students tried to get back on the bus, but Pixie Bob used her quirk, Earthflow, to create a massive landslide that sent the entire class tumbling down into the forest below. Screams echoed as students fell, activating their quirks mid-descent to control their landing. Izuku simply stepped off the edge of the cliff, falling in controlled descent. Before hitting the ground, he drew Yamato and swung, cutting through space itself. He teleported, appearing on solid ground at the forest's edge, completely unharmed. The other students weren't as fortunate. Most landed roughly, some catching themselves with their quirks, others hitting the ground hard enough to knock the wind from their lungs. Ida used his speed to run down the cliff face. Uraraka made herself weightless to float down. Todoroki created an ice slide. Bakugo exploded his way through the air, landing with characteristic aggression near Izuku. "Don't think getting down first means anything. Deku." "My name is Midoriya," Izuku interrupted, his voice cold. "Use it correctly or do not address me at all." Before Bakugo could respond, the forest erupted with movement. Massive creatures emerged from the trees. Earth beasts created by Pixie Bob's quirk, designed to challenge the students throughout their journey. They resembled various predators, all oversized and aggressive, their bodies made of animated earth and stone. The first beast charged directly at the cluster of students, a massive bear-like creature with claws that could tear through steel. Most students scattered, activating their quirks defensively. Todoroki created an ice wall. Kirishima hardened his body. Bakugo prepared explosions. Izuku drew Yamato fully and walked forward. The earth beast's claw descended toward him with enough force to pulverize concrete. Izuku sidestepped minimally, the attack passing centimeters from his face, then swung Yamato in a precise arc. Judgment cut. The dimensional slash passed through the beast's arm, severing it cleanly. The creature roared, stumbling from the sudden loss of limb. "Begone," Izuku said quietly, sheathing Yamato. The remaining earth beasts hesitated, their primitive instincts recognizing a superior predator. But they were controlled constructs, not truly alive, so they attacked regardless. Three beasts converged on Izuku from different angles, attempting to overwhelm through coordinated assault. He summoned swords. Dozens of spectral blades materialized around him, forming a defensive sphere. The earth beasts crashed into the barrier and were immediately shredded, their bodies dissolving back into mundane earth as Pixie Bob's quirk was disrupted by dimensional cuts. The other students stared, having witnessed Izuku's casual dominance once again. They had seen him fight at the sports festival, had trained alongside him for months, but the gap between their abilities and his never seemed to close. "We should move," Ida announced, attempting to rally the class. "The goal is to reach the facility by noon. We cannot waste time here." "He's right," Todoroki agreed. "These beasts are obstacles, not objectives. We should advance." The students began moving through the forest in loose groups, using their quirks to navigate terrain and defeat the earth beasts that continued appearing. Most worked together, combining their abilities to overcome challenges more efficiently than they could individually. Izuku walked alone, as always. The forest presented no meaningful obstacles. Earth beasts were destroyed with casual judgment cuts. Difficult terrain was bypassed through teleportation, and his enhanced senses allowed him to navigate directly toward the camp facility without needing maps or guidance. He could have reached the facility within an hour, but arriving significantly before the others would accomplish nothing except drawing more unwanted attention. Instead, he maintained a measured pace, using the journey as an opportunity to observe his classmates' development. Bakugo fought with explosive aggression, destroying earth beasts through overwhelming force, rather than strategy. Effective against these weak opponents, but ultimately wasteful of energy and revealing of his continued inability to fight efficiently, Todoroki used his ice extensively, creating massive frozen barriers and attacks that consumed significant amounts of his quirk's energy. Still refusing to use his fire side, still handicapping himself through psychological limitation. Foolishness. The other students showed varying levels of competence. Some worked well together, others struggled with coordination. Most were improving from where they had started at UA, but none demonstrated the kind of growth that would allow them to face truly dangerous opponents. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, approaching noon. Students began emerging from the forest in scattered groups, exhausted and dirty, but having successfully navigated the beast's forest. They gathered at the camp facility, a large lodge surrounded by training grounds and equipment. Izuku arrived precisely at noon, his uniform barely disturbed, showing no signs of exhaustion or struggle. The Pussycats greeted the arriving students with enthusiasm, praising their efforts and explaining the schedule for the week ahead. "You'll be training from dawn to dusk," Mandalay announced. "Each of you will work on developing your quirks beyond their current limits. We'll push you harder than you've ever been pushed before. Plus Ultra," Pixie Bob added with a grin. "That's what UA is all about, right? Going beyond." Aizawa stepped forward, his expression serious. "Before we begin training, I need to introduce you to someone who'll be staying at the camp this week." He gestured toward a young boy who had been standing quietly near the lodge entrance. "This is Koda, Mandalay's cousin. He'll be around during training, so treat him respectfully." Koda was perhaps 5 or 6 years old, with a distinctive hat and an expression of deep hostility directed at the gathered hero students. When Midoriya from Class 1B, an enthusiastic student with a muscle augmentation quirk, tried to greet him cheerfully, Koda responded by punching him in the crotch and walking away without a word. The students were shocked by the violent response from such a young child, but Izuku understood immediately. The boy's eyes held hatred, not childish petulance. Hatred directed specifically at heroes and heroism. Something had happened to create such intense animosity in someone so young. That evening, after a dinner prepared by students under Ragdoll's supervision, the Pussycats explained the training program. Each student would work on expanding their quirks' capabilities through intensive, personalized exercises designed to push them past their current limitations. "Midoriya," Pixie Bob called out, "your quirk is listed as Devil Trigger with summoned sword and dimensional manipulation components. That's quite complex. What aspect would you like to focus on developing?" "I require no development," Izuku replied. "My abilities are sufficient." The Pussycats exchanged glances. Students claiming they didn't need training was unusual, especially at UA, where growth was the entire purpose. "Everyone has room for improvement," Mandalay said diplomatically. "Even the strongest heroes continued training throughout their careers. What if we—" "I will train independently," Izuku interrupted. "Your exercises are designed for quirk users. I am not a quirk user." Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "Midoriya, what do you mean you're not a quirk user? Your registration clearly lists Devil Trigger as your quirk." "A convenient classification for bureaucratic purposes. The truth is more complex." Izuku's expression remained neutral. "My abilities derive from my father's bloodline. They are not a quirk, cannot be enhanced through quirk development exercises, and do not respond to quirk nullification. This has already been demonstrated during training when your erasure failed to affect my techniques. The gathered students murmured in surprise. Aizawa's erasure was supposed to work on any quirk. The fact that it didn't affect Midoriya was shocking. If you're not using a quirk, then what are you using? Tiger asked, his deep voice curious rather than accusatory. Power inherited through demonic bloodline, Izuku stated simply. My father was not human. His abilities passed to me through genetics rather than quirk factor. The distinction is relevant for training purposes. Silence fell over the group. The revelation that one of their classmates wasn't fully human, that his power came from something other than quirks, was difficult to process. Most quirks had appeared within the last few generations. Before that, such abilities would have been called magic, mutations, or supernatural phenomena. Well, Pixie Bob said eventually, breaking the awkward silence, that's unusual. But regardless of where your power comes from, you can still train to use it more effectively, right? So you'll participate in our program like everyone else. I will train, Izuku agreed, but not through your exercises. I will continue my personal regimen. Aizawa considered arguing, then decided against it. Midoriya had proven his abilities repeatedly. If he claimed standard training wouldn't help him, pushing the issue would accomplish nothing. Fine, but you're still required to participate in group activities and follow camp rules. Understood? Understood. The training began in earnest the following morning. Students were subjected to brutal exercises designed to push their quirks to absolute limits. Bakugo submerged his hands in boiling water to increase his explosion output through thermal stress. Todoroki alternated between hot and cold baths to force his body to regulate temperature extremes. Others underwent similarly intense quirk-specific training. Izuku stood apart, practicing forms with Yamato. His movements were precise, each swing executed with perfect control, the blade cutting through air with whisper-quiet precision. To observers, it looked like simple sword practice. In reality, he was refining his dimensional manipulation, learning to cut through increasingly complex spatial configurations with minimal energy expenditure. Hours passed. Students collapsed from exhaustion, pushed beyond what they thought their limits were, then forced to continue anyway. The Pussycats were merciless but effective, their methods producing measurable improvement in quirk output and control. Izuku's training continued uninterrupted. He practiced Judgment Cut until he could execute it with a single motion, no preparation or telegraphing. He refined his summoned swords, learning to create increasingly complex formations with less conscious effort. He worked on integrating Beowulf techniques with Yamato strikes, developing combination attacks that could devastate opponents through mixed melee and dimensional assault on the third day of camp. During a brief break, Izuku encountered Kota, sitting alone near a cliff overlooking the training grounds. The boy was watching the hero students with undisguised contempt, his small fists clenched with anger. You hate heroes, Izuku observed. Not a question, but a statement of fact. Kota jumped, startled by the sudden voice. He turned to see Izuku standing several meters away, having approached in complete silence. So what if I do? They're all stupid, showing off their quirks and acting like they're special. Heroes seek admiration through displays of power. This is weakness masquerading as strength. Izuku walked to the cliff's edge, looking down at the training students below. True strength requires no audience, no approval, no validation from others. It exists independent of recognition. Kota stared at him, surprised to hear a hero student criticizing heroes. Then why are you at a hero school if you think heroes are stupid? I do not think heroes are stupid. I think fame-seeking heroes are weak. There is a distinction. Izuku's gaze remained on the distant horizon. I attend UA to grow stronger, to access resources and training unavailable elsewhere. Whether I become a hero in the conventional sense is irrelevant. My parents were heroes, Kota said quietly, his voice thick with suppressed emotion. The water hose duo. They died fighting a villain, trying to save people, and everyone just talks about how amazing and heroic they were, like dying was something good, like leaving me alone was worth it because they saved some strangers. Izuku was silent for a moment, processing this information. The boy's hatred stemmed from loss, from the hero system's tendency to glorify sacrifice without acknowledging the cost to those left behind. It was a valid criticism, one that revealed the darkness beneath hero society's shining surface. Your parents chose to fight, Izuku said finally. That choice led to their deaths. Society celebrates their sacrifice because acknowledging the cost would require confronting uncomfortable questions about whether heroism is worth the price it demands. It is easier to create martyrs than to examine systemic failures. Kota looked up at him, tears forming in his eyes. Everyone says I should be proud of them, that I should want to be a hero like them. But I don't. I just want them back. I don't care about their heroism or their legacy or any of it. Then do not care, Izuku replied. Your parents made their choice. You are not obligated to honor it, celebrate it, or continue it. Those who demand such things seek to impose their values on you through emotional manipulation. Reject them. For the first time since arriving at camp, something like understanding crossed Kota's face. This strange, cold hero student wasn't trying to convince him that heroism was good or that his parents' deaths had meaning. He was simply acknowledging Kota's right to feel what he felt, to reject what others demanded he accept. Are you really a hero student? Kota asked. I am a student at UA. Whether I am a hero remains to be determined. Izuku turned to leave. Strength protects, weakness is consumed. This is truth regardless of how heroes or villains attempt to frame it. Your parents possessed strength but were overcome by greater strength. Learn from their failure. Become stronger than they were, or accept being weaker and live with the consequences. He walked away, leaving Kota alone with thoughts more complex than the simple hero worship society had tried to force on him. That night, as students gathered for dinner after another brutal day of training, Ragdoll suddenly stiffened. Her quirk, Search, allowed her to monitor the locations of up to 100 people simultaneously. Something in the forest had triggered her awareness, multiple presences approaching the camp from different directions. We have incoming, she announced, her cheerful demeanor vanishing. Multiple unknowns, moving fast, surrounding the facility. Aizawa was on his feet instantly, his capture weapon unfurling. How many? At least 10, possibly more. They're not trying to hide their approach. Ragdoll's expression became grim. This is an attack. The villains struck moments later. A massive plume of black smoke erupted from the forest's edge, spreading across the camp like a toxic cloud. Students began coughing, their vision obscured by the thick darkness. Through the smoke came villains in various forms, some with obvious physical mutations, others with less visible but equally dangerous quirks. Protect the students, Mandalay ordered, her telepathy quirk broadcasting to everyone in the area. Teachers and pussycats, engage the villains. Students, stay together and defend yourselves, but do not engage unless necessary. Chaos erupted. Tiger launched himself at the nearest villain, his martial arts skills enhanced by his quirk's physical augmentation. Pixie Bob created earth barriers to shield students from incoming attacks. Aizawa's eyes glowed red as he attempted to nullify villain quirks within his line of sight. Izuku stood calmly amid the chaos, analyzing the situation. This was a coordinated assault by an organized villain group. The black smoke obscuring vision, the multiple attackers from different directions, the timing during camp when students were exhausted from training, all indicated careful planning. The League of Villains. They had returned. A figure emerged from the smoke near Izuku, a villain with a massive, muscular body covered in flames. You're the one who killed our Nomu at UA, the villain snarled, flames intensifying. The boss wants you specifically. Dead or alive doesn't matter to me. Foolishness, Izuku replied, his hand moving to Yamato's handle. You attack without understanding the gap in our abilities. This is fatal arrogance. The villain launched forward, wreathed in fire, fists raised to deliver crushing blows. Izuku drew Yamato and swung in a horizontal arc. Judgment cut. The dimensional slash passed through the villain's body, separating him into sections that fell away from each other. The flames extinguished as the villain's quirk was severed along with his body. Other students watched in shock as Izuku's opponent collapsed, defeated in a single strike. Some had witnessed his power before, but seeing it deployed against a real villain with lethal intent and perfect execution was different from sports festival matches. He just killed that villain, someone gasped. No time to worry about that. Aizawa shouted. More incoming. Defensive positions. Villains continued pouring into the camp, their numbers greater than initially estimated. They targeted students specifically, attempting to separate and capture individuals rather than engaging the pro-heroes directly. It became clear this wasn't just an attack, it was a kidnapping operation. Bakugo found himself surrounded by 3 villains, their quirks allowing them to generate restraints from thin air. "We've got orders to bring you in alive, kid. The boss is very interested in your explosive quirk." "Like hell!" Bakugo roared, igniting massive explosions that forced the villains back. But more kept coming, their coordination suggesting professional training rather than typical villain opportunism. Todoroki froze a wave of attackers solid, his ice spreading across the ground in defensive barriers. But the smoke obscured his vision, making it difficult to identify friend from foe. Other students clustered together, using their quirks defensively, trying to protect each other while the pro-heroes engaged the more dangerous villains. Izuku moved through the chaos like a ghost, Yamato cutting down any villain who approached him. His enhanced senses allowed him to track movement through the obscuring smoke, to identify threats before they became immediate, to eliminate efficiently without wasted motion. A villain with a blade-based mutation quirk attempted to ambush him from behind. Izuku sidestepped without looking, drawing and swinging Yamato in one fluid motion. Rapid slash. Multiple dimensional cuts struck the villain simultaneously, his blade arms severed before he could react. The villain collapsed. Screaming. "These opponents are inadequate," Izuku said quietly. "Where is the real threat?" As if answering his question, a new presence made itself known. The black smoke suddenly intensified, becoming thick enough to make breathing difficult. Through the darkness stepped a figure wearing a full-body suit and gas mask, the source of the obscuring smoke. "Mustard," the villain introduced himself, his voice muffled by the mask. "Poison gas quirk. You're breathing toxic fumes right now, hero student. In about 30 seconds, your lungs will start shutting down. You'll pass out, and we'll collect you for the boss." Izuku regarded him with cold disinterest. "Your assumption contains a fatal flaw." "Oh, and what's that?" "The assumption that I need to breathe." Izuku triggered his devil trigger. Blue demonic energy exploded around him, his appearance shifting as his dormant demon heritage activated. His eyes became reptilian, his features more angular and inhuman, his presence radiating power that made the air itself vibrate. The toxic smoke was pushed back by the sheer force of his demonic aura. Mustard stumbled backward, his confidence evaporating. What the hell? That's not a quirk! What are you?" "Power," Izuku replied, his voice carrying demonic resonance in devil trigger form. "Beyond your comprehension." He moved with inhuman speed, crossing the distance between them in a fraction of a second. Yamato struck Mustard's gas mask, shattering it. Then the flat of the blade caught the villain in the chest and sent him flying backward into a tree hard enough to crack the trunk. Mustard didn't get up. Around the camp, the battle continued. But Izuku's devil trigger activation had drawn attention from the villain's leadership. A figure in a black coat appeared on a nearby ridge, not fighting directly, but observing, analyzing, gathering information about this student whose power exceeded anything in their intelligence files. Through a communication device, the figure spoke to someone distant. "Target confirmed. Power level exceeds expectations. Recommendation: abort kidnapping attempt, reassess strategy." But the League of Villains hadn't committed to this attack lightly. They had objectives beyond simple information gathering, students they intended to capture regardless of resistance. The operation would continue, despite the complication that was Izuku Midoriya. More villains emerged from the forest, these ones clearly more skilled and dangerous than the initial wave. They moved with purpose, targeting specific students while avoiding direct engagement with the pro-heroes or with Izuku. One group cornered Bakugo despite his explosive resistance. Their quirks worked in combination, one generating restraints, another creating disorientation fields, a third providing defensive barriers. Working together, they were overwhelming the explosive hero student through coordination rather than raw power. "Bakugo!" Kirishima shouted, trying to reach his classmate. But another villain intercepted him, a massive figure with rock-like skin that matched Kirishima's hardening quirk but at a much higher level. Izuku observed the coordinated assault, calculating whether intervention was necessary. Bakugo possessed significant power. If he fell to these villains, it would demonstrate weakness unbefitting of someone who claimed to be the strongest. But allowing a classmate to be captured would reflect poorly on UA and might complicate future operations. The decision made itself when one of the villains produced a specialized restraint device, clearly designed to suppress quirks. These weren't random criminals. They had access to equipment and intelligence that suggested larger organizational support. Allowing them to succeed would embolden future attacks. Izuku teleported directly into the middle of the group surrounding Bakugo. His sudden appearance in Devil Trigger form caused several villains to freeze in shock. He swung Yamato in a wide arc, dimensional cuts spreading outward in all directions. The villains' restraints, barriers, and quirk effects were severed simultaneously, their abilities disrupted by cuts that targeted the phenomena themselves rather than physical matter. "Fall back," one villain shouted, recognizing the threat. But Izuku was already moving. He summoned swords by the hundreds, spectral blades filling the air around the fleeing villains. With a gesture, they launched forward in coordinated assault, spiral swords. The blades impaled villains through non-lethal points, shoulders, legs, arms, pinning them to the ground and trees, rendering them unable to fight or flee. Bakugo stared at Izuku's Devil Trigger form, seeing it clearly for the first time. The demonic energy, the inhuman features, the sheer overwhelming presence. This was what Midoriya had been holding back during their matches, the true extent of a power that had nothing to do with quirks. "Why'd you save me?" Bakugo demanded, his pride wounded by needing rescue. "These villains sought to capture you," Izuku replied, his demonic voice resonating. Allowing their success would establish precedent for future attacks. This outcome is strategically superior. "I didn't need your help. I could have handled them. Your performance suggested otherwise." Izuku dismissed his summoned swords, the pinned villains groaning in pain. Accept assistance when offered, or demonstrate sufficient strength to refuse it. Your pride is meaningless if it leads to capture. Before Bakugo could respond with the inevitable explosion of rage, Mandalay's telepathic voice reached everyone in the camp. "Emergency! Villain target is Koda. He's at the cliff outlook. Any students nearby, please protect him." Izuku's eyes narrowed. The boy he had spoken with yesterday, the child who hated heroes, was now the target of a villain assault. The irony was not lost on him. He teleported again, cutting through space itself to appear at the cliff overlook where he had conversed with Koda days before. The scene that greeted him was grim. Koda backed against the cliff edge, a massive villain standing over him with murderous intent clear in his expression. The villain was huge, his body augmented with grotesque muscle enhancement that made him appear more monster than man. Scars covered his exposed skin, and his eyes held the manic gleam of someone who enjoyed inflicting pain. "Muscular," the villain introduced himself with a grin. "I'm here for that brat. His parents killed my partner years ago. Been waiting for a chance to return the favor ever since." Koda was frozen in terror, tears streaming down his face, the reality of mortal danger overwhelming his usual hostility. This was the villain who had killed his parents, who had destroyed his family, and created the hatred that defined his young life. "You seek revenge against a child for the actions of his parents," Izuku stated, his Devil Trigger form making his voice carry demonic weight. "This is beneath even the lowest standards of combat honor. You disgrace yourself." Muscular's grin widened. "Big talk from a hero student playing demon, but I've killed plenty of heroes before. You'll just be one more." He launched forward with speed that seemed impossible for his size, his fist augmented with layers of muscle fiber that made it hit like a battering ram. The ground cratered where Izuku had been standing, but he had already teleported behind Muscular, Yamato drawn and ready. Judgment cut. The dimensional slash struck Muscular's back, cutting through muscle augmentation that should have provided absolute defense. The villain roared in pain and surprise. His quirk had never been penetrated so easily before. "You cut me!" Muscular sounded more excited than angry. "Nobody's cut me in years. This is great. Show me more." He spun and attacked again, his movements becoming faster and more aggressive. Each punch carried enough force to demolish buildings, his muscle augmentation allowing him to generate tremendous power. But Izuku was faster, teleporting around Muscular's assaults while landing precise counterattacks with Yamato. Your quirk provides physical enhancement, Izuku observed, analyzing Muscular's abilities mid-combat. But enhancement is meaningless against dimensional manipulation. Your muscles cannot defend against cuts that ignore physical matter entirely. Then I'll just hit you so fast you can't dodge. Muscular roared, his attacks intensifying into a blur of devastating strikes. Izuku responded by activating more of his Devil Trigger's power. His demonic energy intensified, blue flames wreathing his body, his speed increasing beyond what even Muscular could track. He became a blur, striking from multiple angles simultaneously, each attack landing precisely to maximize damage while avoiding lethal zones. Rapid Slash, Million Stab, Rising Star, Helmbreaker. Izuku unleashed a combination assault that demonstrated his complete mastery of Yamato techniques, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next, creating an overwhelming offensive that gave Muscular no opportunity to counterattack. The villain's muscle augmentation was being shredded faster than he could regenerate it. Blood sprayed from dozens of wounds, his defensive layers cut through like paper. For the first time in years, Muscular felt genuine fear. He was losing, being completely dominated by an opponent he had expected to crush easily. Impossible, Muscular gasped, falling to one knee. I've got the power to kill All Might. How can some brat? All Might is irrelevant, Izuku interrupted. Your power is inferior to mine. This was decided before combat began. The battle itself merely demonstrated what was already true. He raised Yamato for a final strike, ready to end Muscular permanently. The villain had killed Kota's parents, had come here specifically to murder a child for revenge. There was no rehabilitation possible, no reason to show mercy. But before he could execute the strike, Kota's voice cut through the sound of battle. Wait, Izuku paused, looking back at the boy. Kota was still crying, but his expression had changed from terror to something more complex, a mixture of emotions too complicated for someone so young to fully process. Don't kill him, Kota said quietly. My parents, they wouldn't have wanted that. They always tried to save people, even villains. Even though I hate what they did, even though I hate that they left me, I don't want you to become a killer because of me. Izuku regarded the boy for a long moment. The child who had hated heroes was now asking for mercy on behalf of the villain who had orphaned him, invoking the values of the parents he claimed to reject. It was illogical, emotional, completely human. You would spare the one who murdered your parents? Izuku asked. I would let the heroes decide what happens to him, Kota replied. Like my parents would have done. I don't forgive him. I'll never forgive him. But I won't let him make me into someone who wants people dead. The philosophy was weak, soft, the kind of thinking that allowed villains to escape justice and harm more innocents. But it was also the philosophy that separated heroes from executioners, that maintained the line between protection and tyranny that All Might had tried to explain. Izuku lowered Yamato slightly. Your choice demonstrates greater strength than simple vengeance would have. Very well. He struck Muscular with the flat of Yamato's blade, a blow that carried enough force to render the villain unconscious without killing him. The massive villain collapsed, his muscle augmentation fading as he lost consciousness. Kota stared at Izuku's devil trigger form, the demonic features, the blue energy, the inhuman presence. What are you really? Half human, Izuku replied, allowing his devil trigger to fade, returning to normal appearance. Half demon, the son of a legendary warrior who chose to protect humanity despite his nature. I am still determining what that legacy means for me. Professional heroes arrived moments later, alerted by Mandalay's telepathy and drawn to the cliff by the sounds of intense combat. They found Muscular unconscious and restrained, Kota shaken but unharmed, and Izuku standing calm as though he had simply been on a training exercise. Back at the camp, the villain assault was being pushed back. The pro heroes had eliminated or captured most of the attacking villains, while students had successfully defended themselves through teamwork and creative quirk application. The League of Villains kidnapping operation was failing, but they had accomplished something valuable. They had gathered extensive intelligence on UA students, particularly on Izuku Midoriya. Video footage captured by hidden cameras would be analyzed, his techniques studied, his power level assessed. The League now knew they were dealing with something beyond a simple quirk user, something that would require different strategies to defeat or recruit. In a distant location, the leader of the League of Villains reviewed the footage with interest. A student with demonic power that transcended quirks, who killed without hesitation when he deemed it necessary, who demonstrated philosophy divorced from typical hero idealism. Potentially useful if approached correctly. Continue monitoring him, the leader ordered. But do not engage directly, not yet. He's too strong for our current resources, and his motivations remain unclear. Learn more before making another move. The training camp concluded 2 days early, the attack having compromised security and made continued training untenable. Students were transported back to UA under heavy guard, the atmosphere somber despite their successful defense. Several students had been injured, and the reality of villain attacks, not controlled training exercises but genuine mortal threats, had sobered even the most confident. Izuku sat alone on the return bus, processing the encounter with Muscular and Koda. He had been ready to kill, had raised his blade for an execution that was entirely justified by his philosophy of eliminating threats. But Koda's plea had introduced a complication. The request for mercy from someone who had every right to demand vengeance. Perhaps there was something to All Might's philosophy after all. Not weakness, but a different kind of strength. The strength to show restraint when killing would be easier, to maintain moral lines when crossing them would be more efficient. It was frustrating, complicated, completely illogical from a purely tactical perspective. Yet it felt right in a way Izuku couldn't fully articulate. His mother was waiting at UA when they arrived, having been contacted about the attack. She pulled Izuku aside immediately, her expression a mixture of concern and pride. "I heard what happened," Inko said quietly. "You protected your classmates. You defeated a dangerous villain. You showed mercy when you could have chosen vengeance." Her eyes held something deep, emotional. "Your father would be proud. You're finding your own path, not just following his." "I remain uncertain about the correct course," Izuku admitted, a rare moment of vulnerability. "Power is everything. This I know. But the application of power, the choice between efficiency and honor, between elimination and mercy, these decisions are more complex than I anticipated. That complexity is what makes you human, Izuku. Your father struggled with these same questions throughout his life. Being half-demon didn't make those choices easier. It made them harder, because he had the power to enforce any decision he made. The fact that you question, that you think carefully rather than simply acting on power alone, that's growth." They returned home together, Izuku contemplating his mother's words. The attack had provided combat experience against real villains, had tested his abilities in genuine life-threatening situations, had demonstrated both his strength and the complications that came with possessing such power. But more importantly, it had introduced doubt, not about his power, which remained absolute, but about his purpose. What was strength for? What should guide its application? These questions had no simple answers. No technique he could practice to achieve perfection. That night, Izuku stood in his training room, Yamato resting on its stand before him. He had accumulated tremendous power through relentless training and demonic heritage. He could defeat most opponents with ease, could kill when necessary without hesitation, could dominate any situation through superior strength and skill. But was dominance the ultimate goal? Was accumulating power an end in itself, or should it serve some greater purpose? These questions followed him into sleep and continued when he woke. They persisted through his morning training, colored his thoughts during the return to classes at UA, influenced how he viewed his classmates and their various strengths and weaknesses. The weeks following the training camp attack brought significant changes to UA's security and operations. The school implemented new safety protocols, increased faculty patrols, and established better communication systems with law enforcement. The League of Villains had struck directly at hero education twice now. UA was determined not to allow a third success. For Izuku, the routine of classes and training resumed, but something had shifted internally. He still pursued strength relentlessly, still practiced his techniques with perfect discipline, still maintained distance from his peers. But now there was context to that pursuit. Questions about application that made the journey toward power more complex than simple accumulation. Bakugo noticed the change. though he couldn't articulate exactly what was different. During their occasional training matches, Izuku fought with the same overwhelming skill but seemed more present somehow, less like a force of nature acting on pure instinct, more like a person making conscious choices about when and how to apply power. "You're holding back even more than before," Bakugo accused after one particularly one-sided match. "Stop looking down on me and fight seriously." "I am fighting seriously," Izuku replied. "But serious combat does not mean unleashing maximum force. It means applying appropriate power to achieve objectives. Against you, lethal techniques are unnecessary. Against serious threats, I will not hesitate to use them." "So I'm not a serious threat?" Bakugo's hands sparked with explosive energy. "You are a training partner, an opponent to test techniques against, to practice reading patterns and predicting strategies. In that role, you serve your purpose adequately." Izuku sheathed Yamato. "When you become strong enough to require my devil trigger form, I will acknowledge you as a serious threat. Until then, remain motivated to close the gap." It was simultaneously an insult and an acknowledgement. Bakugo wasn't strong enough to be considered truly dangerous, but he had value as a measuring stick for Izuku's development. The explosive blonde wasn't sure whether to be enraged or pleased. Classes continued through autumn into early winter. Students developed their quirks further, internalized lessons from the training camp attack, and prepared for provisional license exams that would allow them to engage in actual hero work under supervision. Izuku participated in these activities with his usual detached competence, excelling in practical applications while showing minimal interest in the theoretical aspects of heroism. When teachers discussed the importance of public relations or the ethics of hero work, his attention wandered. These topics seemed irrelevant compared to the pursuit and application of strength. But during rescue training exercises, something unexpected happened. The class was assigned a scenario where civilians were trapped in a collapsed building, requiring students to work together to locate and extract victims safely. Most students approached it as a competition, trying to save the most people or execute the flashiest rescues. Izuku analyzed the situation and determined the most efficient approach, using dimensional cuts to create access points through the rubble, summoning swords to stabilize dangerous sections, and coordinating other students' quirks to maximize coverage. His strategy resulted in all simulated victims being rescued with minimal risk to the rescuers. All Might observed this with interest. "Young Midoriya, that was excellent work. You coordinated your classmates perfectly and prioritized victim safety over personal glory. This is exactly the kind of thinking that makes a great hero." Izuku regarded the number one hero with his usual neutral expression. The objective was to rescue civilians. Efficiency demanded coordination and strategy rather than individual action. This seemed obvious. "But you've always preferred working alone," All Might pointed out. "What changed?" Izuku was quiet for a moment, considering the question honestly. Power protects those who possess it, but protecting others requires different thinking than defeating enemies. I am adjusting my approach to account for objectives beyond simple combat dominance. It was a small admission, barely noticeable to most observers, but to All Might it represented significant growth. Midoriya was beginning to think like a protector rather than just a warrior, to consider saving people as an active goal rather than a side effect of eliminating threats. The provisional license exam arrived in late autumn. Students from hero courses across Japan gathered at a massive testing facility where they would compete in scenarios designed to test rescue capabilities, combat effectiveness, and decision-making under pressure. The pass rate was typically below 50%. This was a serious evaluation, not a formality. Izuku entered the exam with no particular excitement or nervousness. It was another test, another opportunity to demonstrate capabilities and identify areas requiring improvement. Success or failure was largely predetermined by his power level, which exceeded most competitors by significant margins. The first test involved a massive free-for-all battle where students attempted to tag opponents with special balls while protecting their own targets. Eliminating 2 opponents qualified you for the second stage. Chaos erupted immediately, students unleashing their quirks in every direction, forming temporary alliances, executing strategies that ranged from clever to desperate. Izuku stood in the center of the arena, drew Yamato, and activated his devil trigger. The demonic energy that exploded around him caused nearby students to stumble backward, their instincts screaming danger. His transformed appearance, reptilian eyes, angular features, blue flames of power, marked him as something beyond their ability to contest. "Those who approach will be defeated," Izuku announced, his demonic voice carrying across the arena. "Choose wisely." Several confident students ignored the warning, thinking his appearance was just an intimidation tactic. They attacked from multiple directions simultaneously, coordinating their quirks to create overwhelming assault. Izuku summoned swords by the hundreds. Spiral swords. The spectral blades filled the air around him in complex geometric patterns, creating an impenetrable barrier, while simultaneously striking outward in coordinated attacks. Every student who had approached was tagged within seconds, their targets hit by dimensional cuts so precise they didn't even realize they'd been eliminated until the exam officials confirmed it. "This is insane," someone shouted. "He just eliminated like 20 people in one move." Other students kept their distance after that demonstration, focusing on easier targets. Izuku remained in devil trigger form, a clear zone of dominance that nobody dared enter. When the first test concluded after 10 minutes, he had eliminated over 30 students through combinations of summoned swords, dimensional cuts, and overwhelming presence. The proctors were troubled. They had expected some students to dominate, but Izuku's performance exceeded anything in the exam's history. He had essentially created a no-go zone through pure intimidation and demonstrated power, forcing other students to compete for limited targets while he controlled a massive section of the arena. "Should we pass him automatically?" one proctor suggested. "He's clearly beyond the level this exam is designed to test." "No," another replied. "The second test is about rescue and decision-making, not combat. Let's see how he handles that." The second test began an hour later. Students who passed the first stage were deployed into a disaster zone simulation, collapsed buildings, simulated fires, injured actors playing civilians in various states of distress. The goal was to rescue as many civilians as possible while demonstrating proper hero protocols and safety awareness. Most students rushed in immediately, eager to rack up rescue points. But Izuku paused at the entrance to the disaster zone, analyzing the situation before acting. The scenario included multiple types of hazards: structural collapse, fire, chemical spills, each requiring different approaches and presenting varying levels of risk. He identified the critical path, the route that would allow access to the largest number of civilians with minimal backtracking. Then he began executing his rescue strategy with the same precision he applied to combat. Dimensional cuts created access points through rubble without destabilizing surrounding structures. Summoned swords provided temporary support beams to prevent further collapse. His enhanced strength allowed him to carry multiple civilians simultaneously, while his regeneration meant he could enter hazardous areas that would injure normal rescuers. But what surprised the proctors, and Izuku himself, was how he coordinated with other students when their paths intersected. Rather than working in isolation, he directed them towards civilians he had identified but couldn't reach immediately, optimizing rescue efficiency across multiple actors rather than maximizing his individual score. Midoriya, a girl from another school, called out, struggling with a large piece of rubble. "I've got civilians trapped here, but I can't move this debris alone." Izuku could have ignored her and continued his own rescues, but he calculated that her quirk, some kind of healing ability, would be more valuable in treating the injured civilians than his own direct approach. He diverted from his path, used dimensional cuts to remove the debris, then directed her to the civilians while he moved to the next rescue point. This pattern continued throughout the exam. Izuku rescued civilians with mechanical efficiency, but he also facilitated other students' rescues when their abilities were better suited to specific situations. It was coordination born from tactical calculation rather than altruism, but the effect was the same. Maximized rescues across the entire disaster zone. When the exam concluded, Izuku had one of the highest rescue scores while also being credited with assists on numerous other students' rescues. The proctors gathered to discuss his performance, particularly the unexpected collaborative elements. He worked with others, one proctor noted, reviewing footage, not because he needed help, but because he recognized when others' abilities were more efficient for specific situations. That's advanced strategic thinking, especially for a first-year student. But his combat display during the first test was concerning, another countered. That level of power, that willingness to dominate so completely, if he hadn't shown restraint during the rescue test, I'd be worried about licensing him at all. The head proctor made the final decision. His power is exceptional, but he demonstrated both control and strategic thinking. More importantly, he showed awareness that being a hero involves more than individual achievement. Pass him, but flag his file for additional monitoring. Power at that level requires careful oversight. Izuku received his provisional license without incident. The small card that officially recognized him as a hero in training felt meaningless. It was a bureaucratic formality, a piece of plastic that changed nothing about his actual capabilities or purpose. But it represented access to legal hero work, which meant opportunities for real combat against serious threats. That evening, as he returned home with his license and passing scores, Inko greeted him with pride and something else, concern that had been growing as she watched her son develop into someone increasingly distant from normal humanity. "You passed," she said. "I knew you would. But Izuku, the way you fight, the power you're accumulating, the isolation you maintain, I worry about where this path is leading you." "I am becoming stronger," Izuku replied. "This has always been the goal." "But stronger for what purpose?" Inko pressed. "Your father was the strongest demon I ever met. He could have conquered the human world easily, ruled over both demons and humans through pure power, but he chose to protect instead of dominate, to defend rather than conquer." "What are you choosing, Izuku?" It was the same question that had been haunting him since the training camp, the same uncertainty that had colored his thoughts for months. What was his purpose? What should guide the application of his power? "I do not know," Izuku admitted quietly. "I know I must be strong. I know power protects those who possess it. But beyond that, the answers are unclear." Inko placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Then perhaps it's time to find those answers. Not through training or combat, but through experience. Through connecting with people, understanding what you're fighting for, discovering what strength truly means beyond simple dominance." "Connection is weakness," Izuku said, reflexively repeating the philosophy he had held for years. "Your father thought that too once. He was wrong. Connection isn't weakness, it's purpose. It's the reason strength matters at all. Without something to protect, without people who matter to you, power becomes empty. Just accumulation for its own sake, leading nowhere meaningful." The words struck deeper than Inko intended. Izuku had been accumulating power relentlessly, perfecting techniques and eliminating weaknesses. But to what end? To become the strongest? And then what? Rule through might? Dominate all opposition? Die alone at the pinnacle of meaningless supremacy? His father had chosen differently. Sparda had possessed overwhelming power, but used it to protect humanity, to defend those weaker than himself, to build something beyond simple dominance. And according to Inko, that choice had given his power meaning, had made his strength more than just accumulated capability. "I will consider your words," Izuku said finally. Over the following weeks, something shifted in Izuku's approach to UA and Hero Society. He still trained relentlessly, still perfected his techniques with obsessive discipline. But he also began observing his classmates differently, not as weak obstacles or irrelevant distractions, but as people with their own motivations and struggles. Bakugo's rage stemmed from insecurity masked by aggression, a desperate need to prove himself that drove him to train until collapse. Todoroki's refusal to use his fire side came from trauma inflicted by his father, a psychological wound that crippled him more effectively than any physical injury could. Uraraka's cheerful exterior masked anxiety about her family's financial struggles, motivating her pursuit of hero work through economic necessity rather than pure idealism. Each classmate carried their own burdens, fought their own battles beyond the physical training that consumed their days. Understanding these internal conflicts didn't make Izuku suddenly care about them. Emotional attachment remained foreign to him. But it provided context for their weaknesses, explained why they struggled with things he found simple. He began offering assistance when asked. brief tactical advice on combat techniques or training methods, delivered in his characteristic cold manner, but genuinely aimed at helping them improve. It wasn't friendship, but it was acknowledgement that others existed for purposes beyond measuring his own strength against. The winter months brought new challenges. A work-study program was announced, allowing students with provisional licenses to train directly under pro heroes, participating in actual hero work rather than simulated exercises. Students scrambled to secure placements with prestigious agencies by hoping to learn from top heroes and build their professional networks. Izuku received offers from multiple agencies, including several top 10 heroes who saw his provisional exam performance and wanted to recruit such a powerful student. He declined them all for the same reason he had declined most internship offers. They sought association with power, not genuine opportunities for growth. One offer stood out, though. A message from a hero named Endeavor, the number 2 hero, offering a work-study position with unusual conditions. Rather than joining his agency's regular operations, Izuku would work exclusively on cases involving high-level threats, villains too dangerous for normal hero intervention. The offer was blunt and honest. I don't need another intern who requires babysitting, but someone with your power level could be useful for situations that require overwhelming force. If you're interested in fighting strong opponents rather than parade around for publicity, contact me. It was the first offer that acknowledged what Izuku actually wanted: serious combat against worthy opponents, situations that would push his abilities rather than waste time on publicity and minor threats. He accepted. Endeavor's agency was ruthlessly efficient, focused on results rather than image. The number 2 hero met Izuku personally, his presence radiating intensity and barely controlled ambition. Midoriya, Endeavor greeted, his flames flickering. I've reviewed your records. Your power is exceptional, possibly greater than any first-year student in UA's history. But power without control is dangerous, and control without purpose is wasted. What's your purpose? To become stronger, Izuku replied. To eliminate threats efficiently. To protect those who deserve protection. Good enough. Endeavor's expression suggested approval. We'll be handling high-priority villain cases. Gang leaders, organized crime, dangerous individuals that normal heroes struggle with. Your job is simple. Deploy overwhelming force to neutralize threats quickly and completely. No holding back, no mercy for those who've proven themselves beyond rehabilitation. Can you do that? Yes. Their first case together came within days. A villain organization operating a human trafficking ring, using quirks to enslave victims and sell them to the highest bidder. Local heroes had attempted intervention, but were overwhelmed by the organization's firepower and ruthless tactics. Endeavor outlined the mission parameters in his agency's briefing room. Intelligence suggests 30 to 40 villains at their main facility, most with combat-oriented quirks. They've demonstrated willingness to kill both heroes and hostages to avoid capture. The facility is fortified, trapped, designed to repel standard hero assaults. We're going in hard and fast. No negotiation, no warnings. Eliminate resistance, secure hostages, destroy the organization completely. Understood, Izuku said. It was the kind of mission he had been waiting for. Serious opposition, clear objectives, no moral ambiguity about whether the targets deserved elimination. They struck at dawn, when most criminals would be less alert. Endeavor breached the facility's main entrance with a massive blast of fire, while Izuku entered through a dimensional cut that bypassed the fortified walls entirely. The villains inside responded immediately, activating quirks and deploying weapons. But they had been expecting standard hero tactics: negotiations, warnings, attempts to minimize casualties. What they got was overwhelming force deployed without hesitation. Endeavor's flames filled corridors, forcing villains into defensive positions where they were vulnerable to Izuku's precise dimensional cuts. Working together, they cleared rooms with mechanical efficiency, the number 2 hero's raw power complementing Izuku's surgical precision. A villain with a shield generation quirk attempted to protect his comrades, creating barriers that could withstand tank shells. Izuku cut through them with Judgment Cut, the dimensional slash ignoring the shield's physical properties entirely. The villain fell, his protection meaningless against attacks that operated on different principles than normal force. Another villain, Clearly, the organization's leader activated what appeared to be a self-destruct mechanism. If I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me. The hostages, you heroes, all of it. Endeavor moved to disable the mechanism, but Izuku was faster. He teleported directly to the device, analyzed its construction in seconds, then dismantled it with precise cuts that severed key components without triggering detonation. The villain leader's final desperate play was neutralized before it could threaten anyone. Clear the remaining villains, Endeavor ordered. I'll secure the hostages and coordinate with law enforcement. Izuku moved through the facility like a ghost, eliminating remaining resistance with cold efficiency. Some villains surrendered immediately when they saw him approaching, his reputation from the UA attack and sports festival preceding him. Those who chose to fight were defeated within seconds, their quirks insufficient against someone who had trained to fight demons. The operation concluded within an hour. The trafficking ring was completely dismantled, its leaders captured or killed, depending on whether they surrendered, and dozens of hostages were freed. Law enforcement arrived to process the aftermath, while Endeavor and Izuku departed to file reports. Good work, Endeavor said as they traveled back to the agency. You didn't hesitate, didn't show unnecessary mercy to those who deserved none, and you eliminated threats efficiently. That's what hero work should be, protecting innocents by removing dangers, some work, not endless attempts to rehabilitate criminals who've proven they can't be reformed. The mission parameters were clear, Izuku replied. The targets were objectively evil, engaged in activities that caused immense suffering. Eliminating them was the correct decision. Most heroes don't see it that way. They cling to All Might's philosophy, save everyone, show mercy to all, believe in redemption for even the worst villains. It's naive and it gets people killed. Endeavor's expression was intense. You're not like that. You understand that some threats must be eliminated permanently, that mercy shown to evil enables future harm. That's why I wanted to work with you. The praise from the number 2 hero meant little to Izuku. Endeavor's approval was irrelevant to his goals. But the opportunity to engage in serious missions against dangerous opponents was valuable, providing combat experience and testing his abilities in ways UA's training never could. Over the following weeks, Izuku participated in multiple high-level operations under Endeavor's supervision. They dismantled villain organizations, eliminated dangerous criminals, rescued victims from situations that would have overwhelmed normal heroes. Each mission reinforced the same lesson. Overwhelming power, decisively applied, protected innocents more effectively than hesitation and mercy. But something else happened during these missions, something Izuku didn't initially recognize. When he saw hostages freed, when he witnessed victims reunited with families after rescue, when he observed the relief and gratitude on faces of people saved from terrible fates, he felt something. Not pride or satisfaction exactly, but a sense of correctness, as though his power was being applied for purposes beyond simple dominance. One mission stood out. They infiltrated a facility where children with powerful quirks were being experimented on, their abilities harvested and replicated for villain use. The children were terrified, traumatized, some barely conscious from the horrific procedures they had endured. Izuku found himself being gentle with them in ways that surprised himself. He didn't use dimensional cuts around the children, didn't activate Devil Trigger where they could see, didn't display the overwhelming power that might frighten them further. Instead, he spoke quietly, moved carefully, prioritized their emotional state alongside their physical rescue. It's okay, he told a small girl who was crying, her quirk-suppressing collar still locked around her neck. You're safe now. The ones who hurt you are gone. They won't return. The girl looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. Are you a hero? Izuku paused, considering the question honestly. Was he a hero? He had a provisional license, attended a hero school, participated in rescue operations, but his motivations were divorced from typical heroic ideals. He didn't seek to inspire hope, didn't care about public approval, didn't believe in redemption for irredeemable villains. I am someone who protects those who cannot protect themselves, he answered finally. Whether that makes me a hero is for others to decide. The girl seemed satisfied with that answer, her tears slowing. Izuku removed her collar with a precise dimensional cut, that severed the locking mechanism without touching her skin, then carried her out of the facility to where Endeavor was coordinating with medical personnel. That night, alone in his room, Izuku reflected on the mission. He had eliminated villains without hesitation, had killed those who resisted capture, had shown no mercy to those who had tortured children for profit. By conventional moral standards, his actions were controversial at best, potentially criminal depending on interpretation, but the children were safe. The villains were stopped permanently. The facility was destroyed, its research eliminated, future victims spared the same fate. These were measurable positive outcomes, achieved through decisive application of overwhelming power. Perhaps this was his father's purpose, using demonic strength not to dominate, but to protect, to ensure that those with power defended those without. Not through inspiring hope or modeling heroic ideals, but through practical elimination of threats and rescue of innocents. It was a colder philosophy than what All Might preached, more ruthless than conventional heroism accepted. But it was honest in its assessment of reality. Some threats could only be stopped through permanent elimination. Some villains were beyond redemption. Some situations required overwhelming force rather than careful negotiation. The work study with Endeavor concluded after several months. Izuku had participated in dozens of high-level operations, had eliminated numerous dangerous villains, had rescued countless victims from situations that would have killed normal rescuers. His combat experience had grown exponentially. His understanding of hero work's practical realities had deepened, and his reputation among pro-heroes had shifted from powerful student to genuine threat to villains. When he returned to UA, his classmates noticed the change immediately. Izuku had always been distant and cold, but now there was something harder about him, more certain. He had killed in defense of innocence, had made decisions that most heroes would agonize over, had crossed lines that couldn't be uncrossed. "You're different," Todoroki observed during a training session, more decisive, less conflicted about using your power. I have found purpose," Izuku replied. "Power protects those who possess it, but more importantly, power allows protection of those who lack it. This is worth pursuing." That sounds like a hero's philosophy. Perhaps, Izuku considered the term, or perhaps it is simply the philosophy of someone with power, choosing to apply it constructively rather than destructively. The label is irrelevant. The application is what matters. Classes continued through winter into early spring. The end of the first year approached, bringing final exams and decisions about summer activities. Most students planned to continue work studies or participate in additional training programs, eager to build on their first year's foundation. But UA received troubling intelligence from law enforcement. The League of Villains was planning something significant, a major operation that would eclipse their previous attacks. Multiple villain organizations were consolidating resources, dangerous individuals were being recruited, and there were references in intercepted communications to the Demon's Son and neutralizing UA's strongest student. The League had not forgotten Izuku's role in defeating their UA attack and destroying their Nomu. They were preparing specifically to counter his abilities, to either recruit or eliminate him before he became too powerful to oppose. Aizawa called Izuku to his office to discuss the intelligence. The teacher's expression was grave, more serious than usual. "We've received credible threats against you specifically," Aizawa explained, showing Izuku the intercepted communications. "The League of Villains sees you as a priority target. They're planning something, though we don't have specifics yet. I want you to be aware and cautious." "I am always cautious," Izuku replied. "But I do not fear villain attacks. Let them come. I will defeat them as I defeated their previous attempts." "Your confidence is noted, but these aren't random criminals. The League has resources, intelligence, and leadership competent enough to have struck UA twice. Underestimating them would be foolish." "I do not underestimate them. I simply assess them accurately. Their power is insufficient to threaten me seriously. If they attack, they will be eliminated." Aizawa sighed, recognizing that arguing further was pointless. "Just stay alert, and if you notice anything suspicious, anyone following you, unusual activity around your home, anything, report it immediately. We're increasing security, but you need to be vigilant too." The warning proved prescient. 2 weeks later, as Izuku was returning home from evening training, he sensed multiple presences following him. Not students or civilians. Their movement patterns were too deliberate, too coordinated. Villains positioned to intercept him away from witnesses or backup. Rather than heading home and potentially leading them to his mother, Izuku altered his route toward an abandoned industrial district. If they wanted confrontation, better to engage in an area where collateral damage would be minimal. The villains revealed themselves once Izuku entered the abandoned area. A dozen individuals with various quirks, led by a figure in a long coat whose face was obscured by shadow. They spread out to surround him, cutting off escape routes, preparing for coordinated assault. Izuku Midoriya, the leader, spoke, their voice distorted by some kind of quirk or device. "The demon's son, you've caused considerable trouble for our organization. The boss wants to speak with you, preferably alive, but dead is acceptable too. Your boss can come speak to me directly," Izuku replied, his hand moving to Yamato's handle. "Or you can attempt to force the issue and discover why that would be fatal." The leader laughed. "We expected arrogance. You're used to dominating opponents, used to being the strongest in any engagement, but we've prepared specifically for you. Studied your techniques, analyzed your patterns, developed countermeasures. This won't be like fighting random villains or hero students." "Show me then." Izuku drew Yamato smoothly. "Demonstrate these preparations." The villains attacked in coordinated waves. Some had quirks designed to disrupt spatial manipulation, attempting to interfere with Izuku's teleportation and dimensional cuts. Others focused on area denial, creating barriers and hazards that would limit his mobility. A few possessed enhanced durability or regeneration, designed to survive strikes that would kill normal opponents. It was the most organized assault Izuku had faced since the training camp, showing actual strategic planning rather than simple numerical advantage. The villains were competent, their quirks synergized well, and they executed their strategy with professional precision. It wasn't enough. Izuku activated his devil trigger, blue demonic energy exploding around him. His appearance shifted, eyes becoming reptilian, features taking on inhuman sharpness, his presence radiating power that made the air vibrate. The spatial disruption quirks failed immediately. They were designed to interfere with quirk-based teleportation, not dimensional manipulation powered by demonic heritage. "Foolishness," Izuku said, his voice carrying demonic resonance. "You prepared for a quirk user. I am not a quirk user." He moved with inhuman speed, Yamato cutting through defensive barriers like they were paper. Judgment cut, rapid slash, helm breaker. He unleashed a combination assault that demonstrated the gap between their preparations and his actual capabilities. The villains with enhanced durability found their defenses meaningless against dimensional cuts that ignored physical matter entirely. Those with regeneration discovered their healing couldn't keep pace with wounds that severed their very existence rather than just damaging flesh. The coordinated strategy collapsed as Izuku eliminated their tactical linchpins faster than they could adapt. Within 3 minutes, half the villains were down. Within 5 minutes, only the leader remained standing. Their confidence evaporated in the face of overwhelming power they had fundamentally misunderstood. "Impossible," the leader gasped, backing away. The intelligence said, the reports indicated, "You're just a student with a powerful quirk." Your intelligence was incomplete. Izuku advanced, Yamato ready. "I am the Son of Sparda, the legendary demon who defended humanity. The power I inherited exceeds anything your organization can counter. This outcome was predetermined." The leader tried to flee, but Izuku teleported in front of them, blocking escape. "You mentioned your boss wanted to speak with me. Deliver a message. I have no interest in joining villains, no desire for whatever they might offer, and no hesitation about eliminating anyone who threatens me or those under my protection. If the League of Villains wishes to continue targeting me, I will respond by systematically destroying their organization. This is my only warning." He struck the leader with the flat of Yamato's blade, rendering them unconscious. Then he contacted law enforcement, reporting the attempted ambush and location of the defeated villains. By the time heroes arrived, Izuku had already departed, leaving the villains restrained and ready for processing. News of the encounter reached UA within hours. The League of Villains had made a direct attempt on a student and failed completely, their entire assault team defeated by a single first year. It was both a testament to Izuku's power and a concerning escalation of villain aggression. Principal Nezu called an emergency meeting with relevant faculty and the police chief to discuss implications and responses. All Might attended, despite not being primary faculty, his concern for student safety overriding normal protocols. Young Midoriya defeated a dozen villains without sustaining injury, All Might reported, having spoken with the law enforcement officers who processed the scene. The villains had quirks specifically chosen to counter his known techniques, suggesting the League has been studying him carefully, yet their preparations were insufficient. The gap in power was too large to overcome through planning alone. That's simultaneously reassuring and concerning, Nezu observed. Reassuring because it demonstrates that our students can defend themselves even against organized villain assault. Concerning because it might encourage the League to escalate further, to deploy even more dangerous forces next time. Should we restrict Midoriya's movements? Aizawa asked. Require him to travel with security? Avoid being alone in vulnerable locations? He would refuse, Nezu said. And honestly, I'm not certain security details would enhance his safety. Anyone we assign to protect him would likely be weaker than him, making them potential hostages rather than assets. Better to ensure he understands the threat and trusts him to handle it appropriately. That's a lot of trust to place in a first-year student, the police chief pointed out, especially one with his controversial methods. Midoriya has demonstrated better judgment than many pro-heroes, Nezu countered. His methods are harsh, yes, but they're applied with precision and restraint. He kills when necessary to protect innocence, not from sadism or carelessness. I'm more comfortable trusting his judgment than I would be trusting most adults in similar situations. The meeting concluded with a decision to increase overall security at UA while allowing Izuku to maintain his normal routines. Restricting his freedom would accomplish little except making him a more static target, while his demonstrated ability to defend himself suggested he was safer alone than most students would be with protection details. For Izuku, the ambush confirmed what he had suspected. The League of Villains saw him as a serious threat and would continue attempting to either recruit or eliminate him. Their failure this time didn't mean they would stop trying. If anything, it would motivate them to develop even more elaborate plans, to deploy stronger opponents, to escalate until they achieved success or were destroyed in the attempt. Good. He welcomed the challenge. The academic year concluded with final exams, both written tests covering hero law and ethics, and practical demonstrations of improved capabilities. Izuku excelled at the practical components with his usual dominance, though his written exam scores were merely above average. He had little patience for theoretical discussions of hero ethics or philosophical debates about justice when the answers seemed obvious through application of power. During the practical final exam, students were required to demonstrate specific skill improvements from their first-year training. Most showed incremental growth, quirks that were slightly stronger or more controlled, techniques that were somewhat more refined. Standard progression for Hero Course students, Izuku was asked to demonstrate his growth in dimensional manipulation specifically, to show how his understanding of spatial cutting had developed. He agreed, then proceeded to execute Judgment Cut End, the technique that created hundreds of simultaneous dimensional slashes in a wide area. But this time, he added a new element. Rather than simply cutting through space, he manipulated the cuts themselves, creating complex three-dimensional patterns that could selectively target specific areas while leaving others untouched. The demonstration involved placing dozens of targets throughout a training area, then using Judgment Cut End to destroy every target simultaneously, while leaving the surrounding infrastructure completely intact. The precision required was beyond what any normal spatial manipulation quirk could achieve. Each dimensional slash had to be positioned with millimeter accuracy, timed perfectly to avoid interference between cuts and controlled to ensure they dissipated after hitting their targets rather than continuing indefinitely. The faculty watching were stunned. This level of control suggested Izuku's understanding of dimensional manipulation had progressed beyond mere technique execution into genuine mastery of the underlying principles. He wasn't just using inherited power anymore, he was developing it, refining it, pushing it beyond what even his father's memories in Yamato had demonstrated. Incredible, Present Mike breathed. That's not just power, that's artistry. The control, the precision, I've never seen anything like it. His growth rate exceeds any student in UA's history, Nezu observed, his analytical mind calculating implications. At this pace, by his third year, he'll likely surpass most professional heroes in pure combat capability, possibly even challenge the top 10 heroes, depending on how much further he develops. All Might watched with conflicted emotions. Young Midoriya's power was undeniable, perhaps the greatest he had ever witnessed in someone so young. But that power remained divorced from the ideals All Might believed essential to heroism: hope, inspiration, the belief that everyone deserved a chance at redemption. The school year ended with a closing ceremony where accomplishments were recognized and summer activities were announced. Students would have several weeks of break before potential summer programs, time to rest, recover, and prepare for their second year. For most students, summer meant relaxation, perhaps some light training, time with family and friends. For Izuku, it meant opportunity for intensive solo training without academic obligations interrupting his schedule. He planned to push his limits further, to develop new techniques, to explore the full extent of his demonic heritage, but fate had other plans. 3 days into summer break, Izuku's enhanced senses detected multiple powerful presences approaching his home. Not the organized assault team from before. These were different, stronger, moving with confidence that suggested either extreme competence or suicidal arrogance. He stepped outside to confront them before they could reach the house where his mother was. Better to engage away from her to prevent collateral damage or hostage situations. 5 figures stood in the street, each radiating power that exceeded the typical villains Izuku had faced. Their leader was a man in an elegant suit, his presence commanding despite his unremarkable appearance. The others varied. A woman whose body seemed to flicker between solid and shadow, a massive man whose muscles suggested strength enhancement far beyond normal quirks, a thin individual whose eyes held the gleam of dangerous intelligence, and finally, a figure in dark robes whose face was completely obscured. Izuku Midoriya, the leader spoke, his voice cultured and calm. We represent an organization that has been watching you with great interest. Your power, your philosophy, your potential. All of these suggest you might be valuable to our cause. I have no interest in villain organizations, Izuku replied, his hand moving to Yamato's handle. State your business or leave. So quick to assume we're villains. How typical of UA's indoctrination. The leader smiled. We're not villains, young Midoriya. We're realists. The current hero system is fundamentally flawed. Corrupt heroes seeking fame, incompetent bureaucracy allowing villains to escape justice, a society that values appearance over effectiveness. You've seen this yourself, yes? The way true strength is constrained by regulations, the way decisive action is criticized by those who prefer endless mercy for the irredeemable. The words resonated uncomfortably with Izuku's own observations. He had witnessed Hero Society's flaws, had chafed against restrictions that prevented efficient elimination of threats, had questioned the endless attempts to rehabilitate villains who would inevitably reoffend. You speak accurately about systemic failures, Izuku acknowledged. But this does not mean your alternative is superior. What do you want? To offer you a choice, the leader replied. Continue at UA, constrained by their rules and ideals, forced to show mercy you don't believe in, watched constantly by heroes who fear your power. Or join us, an organization dedicated to reshaping society through strength, to creating a world where power determines outcome rather than bureaucracy and sentiment. You describe tyranny. We describe efficiency. The strong rule, the weak follow or are protected, and society operates based on merit rather than popularity. Your father understood this. Sparda ruled the demon realm through overwhelming power before choosing to protect humanity. We simply propose applying similar principles to human society. Izuku was silent, processing the offer. The leader's philosophy aligned with much of his own thinking. Power as the determining factor, strength as both shield and sword, efficiency over sentimentality. If he joined this organization, he could fight without restraint, eliminate threats without endless ethical debates, pursue strength without interference, but something felt wrong. His father had possessed overwhelming power and chosen to protect rather than rule. Inko had explained that connection gave power purpose, that strength without wisdom became destruction. All Might had argued that heroes inspired hope alongside providing protection. "Your offer is declined," Izuku said finally. The leader's expression didn't change. "May I ask why?" "Everything we've described aligns with your demonstrated philosophy. You kill villains without hesitation. You prioritize strength above all. You show no interest in hero society's typical ideals. What makes our organization different from what you already practice?" "Purpose," Izuku replied. "I possess power and apply it to protect those who lack it. This is different from possessing power and using it to dominate those weaker than myself. The application appears similar, but the underlying motivation determines whether strength becomes protection or tyranny. A distinction without practical difference. When you kill a villain, you impose your will through superior strength. When we restructure society through power, we do the same. The scale differs, but the principle is identical." "No." Izuku's hand tightened on Yamato's handle. "There is a difference between using power to eliminate threats and using power to eliminate choice. I protect. You seek to control. These are not equivalent." The leader sighed, disappointed. "A shame. You would have been a tremendous asset, but if you will not join willingly," he gestured to his companions, "bring him. Alive if possible, but subdued regardless." The four other figures attacked simultaneously, their coordination suggesting extensive training together. The shadow woman flickered around Izuku's defenses, attempting to bind him with tendrils of darkness. The muscular man charged straight forward, his fists generating shockwaves. The intelligent-looking individual manipulated something invisible, and Izuku felt his spatial awareness being disrupted. The robed figure began channeling energy that felt distinctly non-quirk in nature, actual magic perhaps, or something similar. They were strong, significantly stronger than the League of Villains assault team, better coordinated, their quirks more synergized. Against a normal hero student, they would have been overwhelming. Against most pro heroes, they would have been extremely dangerous. Against Izuku, they were simply more interesting than usual. He activated his devil trigger, but not the standard form he typically used. This time, he pushed further, channeling more of his demonic heritage, allowing his demon blood to resonate more completely with his human will. Blue energy intensified to almost blinding brightness, his transformation becoming more pronounced, his power multiplying beyond his normal combat state. Sin Devil Trigger. The sheer force of his transformation shattered the Shadow Woman's bindings, dispelled the spatial disruption, and disrupted the robed figure's energy channeling. The muscular man's charge stopped cold when he felt the overwhelming pressure of Izuku's fully awakened demonic power. "You forced this escalation," Izuku said, his voice carrying such demonic resonance that windows cracked on nearby buildings. "Now face the consequences." He drew Yamato and swung. Judgment Cut End, powered by Sin Devil Trigger's enhanced capabilities. Hundreds of dimensional slashes filled the area, each one stronger than anything he had previously executed, creating a sphere of certain death that gave the attackers no room to dodge or defend. The muscular man tried to tank the assault through sheer durability. He was cut to pieces. The Shadow Woman attempted to become insubstantial and escape. The dimensional cuts passed through her shadow form as easily as solid matter. The intelligent manipulator tried to redirect the slashes. They ignored his quirk entirely, operating on principles beyond his comprehension. Only the robed figure managed partial defense, their magic creating barriers that slowed the dimensional cuts enough to dodge. But slowing wasn't stopping, and Izuku's assault was relentless. Within 30 seconds, all four attackers were down. 3 were dead, cut beyond any hope of regeneration or medical intervention. The robed figure clung to life, their magical defenses having prevented immediate death but leaving them critically wounded. The leader stood alone, his calm demeanor finally cracking as he witnessed his entire team destroyed by a single student. "Impossible. We prepared for months, recruited specifically to counter your abilities." You prepared to fight a powerful quirk user, Izuku replied, his Sin Devil trigger form radiating enough energy to make the air shimmer. I am the Son of Sparda. My power transcends anything your organization can comprehend or counter. This was never a contest. It was a demonstration of the gap between your ambitions and reality. The leader reached for something in his jacket, a weapon or communication device. Izuku teleported directly in front of him and placed Yamato's edge against his throat. You have one opportunity to provide useful information, Izuku said. Who leads your organization? What are your objectives? How many others are involved? The leader laughed, despite his situation. You think I'll betray my cause just because I'm defeated? We're not like the League of Villains, random criminals with no loyalty. We're building something greater than ourselves, something that will reshape society whether you join us or not. Killing me accomplishes nothing except making you feel powerful. Then I will kill you and accomplish nothing, Izuku replied, and swung Yamato. The leader's head fell away from his body, his expression frozen in final defiance. Izuku sheathed Yamato with a quiet click, allowing his Sin Devil trigger to fade as he surveyed the carnage. 5 bodies, all from an organization whose goals and membership remained mysterious despite this confrontation. He contacted law enforcement and UA, reporting the attack and requesting support to process the scene. Within 20 minutes, pro-heroes and police arrived. Finding Izuku standing calmly amid the bodies, his expression unchanged, All Might was among the responding heroes, having been alerted immediately when an attack on Midoriya was reported. He took in the scene, 5 dead attackers, each killed with surgical precision, no collateral damage to surrounding property despite the obvious intensity of combat. Young Midoriya, All Might said quietly, "Are you injured?" "No." "What happened?" "They attempted recruitment. I declined. They attacked. I defended myself." Izuku's tone was matter-of-fact, as though he were reporting routine training rather than killing 5 people. You killed all of them?" "Yes. They were attempting to capture or kill me." Lethal response was appropriate. All Might looked at the bodies, at the clean dimensional cuts that had ended their lives, at the complete lack of hesitation or remorse in Izuku's demeanor. This was the fundamental difference between their philosophies made visceral. All Might would have attempted to subdue and capture, would have preserved even villainous lives when possible. Izuku had simply eliminated threats efficiently. "The law will investigate," All Might said finally. "Self-defense is acknowledged, but killing 5 people, even in legitimate defense, will require official review. You'll need to make a statement, possibly face a review board." "I understand." The investigation proceeded over the following days. Izuku provided detailed statements, demonstrated the fight sequence through analysis of the scene, explained his reasoning for each lethal strike. Law enforcement and Hero Commission reviewers examined everything carefully, aware that this case would set precedent for how powerful hero students were allowed to defend themselves. The conclusion, delivered after a week of investigation, was categorical self-defense. The attackers had been confirmed as dangerous individuals with previous villain activity. Their presence at Izuku's home constituted clear threat, and his response, while lethal, was proportional to the danger they presented. But the review board included warnings about future incidents. "You're 16 years old and you've killed more people than most pro-heroes kill in entire careers," one reviewer stated bluntly. "Your power level and willingness to use lethal force makes you extremely dangerous, even when employed defensively. We're clearing you for this incident, but future situations will face increasing scrutiny. Heroes are supposed to preserve life when possible, Midoriya. That includes villain lives." "I will preserve lives that deserve preservation," Izuku replied. "Those who actively threaten innocence will be eliminated. This is my code. That code may eventually conflict with Hero Society's legal framework. Be aware of that." The summer continued after the investigation concluded. Izuku returned to intensive training that pushing his abilities further, exploring the limits of his Sin Devil trigger form, and developing new techniques. The attack had demonstrated that serious threats existed beyond the League of Villains. Organizations with resources and competence that exceeded typical villain groups. He needed to be stronger. Always stronger. The pursuit was endless. But that was what gave it meaning. There would always be greater challenges, more powerful opponents, threats that required everything he had and then some. This was the path he had chosen, the legacy of his father that he carried forward. One evening, while practicing dimensional manipulation in an abandoned warehouse he used for dangerous training, Izuku sensed a familiar presence approaching. Not hostile, but powerful, someone he recognized. All Might appeared in his muscular form, but his expression was serious rather than cheerful. "Young Midoriya, may we talk?" "Speak." "I've been thinking about our conversations over the past year, about strength and purpose, about killing and mercy, about what makes someone a hero. You've challenged many of my beliefs, forced me to examine assumptions I've held for decades." All Might paused, choosing his words carefully. "I still believe mercy has value. I still think heroes should inspire hope alongside providing protection. But I've also acknowledged that your approach, harsh as it is, achieves results. You save people, you eliminate threats, you protect innocence effectively." "This is accurate," Izuku agreed. "But I want to offer you a different perspective on power and its purpose. May I tell you about my master, Nana Shimura, the seventh wielder of One for All? One for All, the quirk that All Might wielded, the source of his incredible strength." Izuku had suspected it was more than a normal quirk. Its power exceeded what typical genetic mutations could produce. Hearing that it was passed down through wielders confirmed his analysis. "Speak," Izuku said again. All Might sat down on a pile of debris, his muscular form seeming somehow smaller despite its size. "Nana taught me that great power comes with great responsibility. Not just to use that power effectively, but to use it in ways that make the world better for everyone. She believed that symbols mattered, that how heroes presented themselves influenced society as much as what they accomplished." "Image over substance," Izuku observed. "This is the flaw in hero society." "Sometimes yes, but sometimes image and substance work together. When I smile during battle, when I show confidence even in desperate situations, I'm not just putting on a show. I'm giving people reason to believe things will be okay. That's not weakness, Midoriya. That's strength used to protect people's hearts alongside their bodies." Izuku considered this. He had always dismissed the performative aspects of heroism as irrelevant vanity. But perhaps there was tactical value in maintaining public morale, in ensuring that protected civilians didn't collapse into despair or panic even when situations were dire. "Your point is noted," Izuku said. "But I am not you. I cannot smile and inspire hope the way you do. That is not my nature." "I'm not asking you to be like me," All Might replied. "I'm asking you to consider that power can be used in multiple ways simultaneously. You can eliminate threats and inspire people. You can be strong and show mercy when appropriate. These aren't contradictions. They're complementary approaches that together create more comprehensive protection than either alone." "You ask me to compromise my efficiency for theatrical effect. I ask you to consider that efficiency isn't measured only in threats eliminated. Sometimes the most efficient path to long-term safety is showing people that heroes will protect them without becoming executioners, that justice exists beyond might makes right." All Might stood, his expression sincere. "You're going to be incredibly powerful, Midoriya, possibly the strongest hero of your generation, maybe of any generation. How you choose to use that power will influence society for decades. I'm simply asking you to think carefully about what kind of influence you want to have." All Might departed, leaving Izuku alone with thoughts more complicated than he wanted to acknowledge. The number one hero had made valid points. Power's purpose extended beyond simple threat elimination. Influence mattered alongside capability. The way strength was perceived affected its practical effectiveness. But Izuku remained uncertain about how to integrate these considerations into his philosophy. He was fundamentally different from All Might, colder, more pragmatic, less interested in inspiration than in results. Asking him to become something he wasn't seemed counterproductive. Yet his father had been similar in many ways, powerful, pragmatic, focused on results. And according to Inko, Sparda had eventually found ways to use his strength that incorporated wisdom alongside might, that protected humanity not just through eliminating threats, but through building something worth protecting. Perhaps the answer wasn't choosing between All Might's philosophy and his own, but synthesizing elements of both into something uniquely suited to who he was. Not hero as inspiration like All Might, not pure warrior like traditional demons, but something new. Protector through strength, defender through power, someone who eliminated threats efficiently while remaining conscious of the larger impact his actions had. It was an uncomfortable middle ground, requiring constant evaluation of complex situations rather than simple application of overwhelming force. But perhaps that complexity was what genuine strength required. Not just power to destroy, but wisdom to know when destruction was truly necessary. The summer's end brought preparation for the second year at UA. Students returned from break with stories of their activities: training camps, family trips, part-time work, relaxation. Most seemed refreshed and ready for another year of hero education. Izuku returned having killed 9 people in self-defense, having developed his Sin Devil trigger form to new heights, having questioned and refined his fundamental philosophy about power and purpose. Not the typical summer for a hero student, but typical for him was relative. The second year's opening ceremony proceeded normally, with Principal Nezu welcoming students and outlining the increased expectations for their continued education. Classes would be more demanding, training more intensive, expectations higher. This was when hero students began separating into those who would succeed and those who would ultimately fail. For Izuku, the academic challenge remained largely irrelevant. But the promise of more intensive training, more dangerous scenarios, more opportunities to test himself against serious opposition, that was valuable. His path continued forward, each day bringing new chances to grow stronger, to refine technique, to pursue the endless ascent toward ultimate power. But now that pursuit had context beyond simple accumulation. He sought strength to protect, power to defend, capabilities to ensure that those who couldn't protect themselves didn't suffer at hands of those who chose to harm. It was purpose, meaning, reason beyond personal glory. His father would have approved. As the second year began, Izuku Midoriya stood at the threshold of something greater than he had been. Not just stronger, but wiser. Not just powerful, but purposeful. The demon's son becoming something his father would recognize and respect. A warrior who fought not for domination, but for protection, who wielded overwhelming power in service of those who needed defending. The journey was far from over. Threats would continue emerging, challenges would escalate, his philosophy would be tested in ways he couldn't yet imagine. But for the first time since beginning his pursuit of strength, Izuku felt certain about his direction. Power, purpose, protection. This was his path. This was who he chose to become. And the world, both hero society and villain organizations, would learn what that choice meant. Several months into the second year, as winter approached, UA received intelligence about a major villain operation being planned in central Musutafu. The League of Villains had been quiet since their failed attack on the training camp, but recent activities suggested they were preparing for something significant. Law enforcement requested assistance from UA's top students and faculty, including specific requests for Izuku Midoriya. His reputation had grown significantly. Students across Japan knew about the demon-powered hero student who had defeated dozens of villains. Pro-heroes recognized his exceptional combat capabilities, and villain organizations had learned to fear his name. The mission briefing was held at a secure law enforcement facility. Izuku attended alongside Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and several other top heroes. The intelligence presented was concerning. The League of Villains was planning to attack multiple locations simultaneously, attempting to overwhelm hero response and create chaos that would allow them to achieve some larger objective. "We don't know their ultimate goal," the lead investigator admitted. But the coordinated nature of the planned attacks suggests this isn't about simple destruction or theft. They're building towards something, using these attacks as either distraction or preparation. "Where do you need me?" Izuku asked, direct as always. "We're assigning you to the central attack point, the villain force expected to be largest and most dangerous. Your ability to engage multiple opponents simultaneously while dealing massive damage makes you ideal for that scenario." Endeavor spoke up. "Midoriya has worked with me on several high-level operations. He's effective against organized villain groups. I recommend pairing him with at least one experienced pro-hero for coordination purposes." "I work more efficiently alone," Izuku countered. Alone, you're powerful but limited to your personal attention span. Endeavor replied, with support, even minimal, you can focus on primary threats while others handle secondary targets. This isn't about whether you need help, it's about maximizing overall effectiveness. The logic was sound, though Izuku disliked admitting it. Who would you recommend? Me, Endeavor stated. We've worked together successfully. I know your capabilities and how to coordinate without getting in your way. You eliminate the primary threats while I handle crowd control and ensure no villains escape the engagement zone. The plan was set. Other heroes would deploy to the secondary attack points, preventing the villains from achieving their objectives at those locations. But the central attack, the primary force, the most dangerous villains, would face Izuku and Endeavor working in coordination. The attack came 3 days later, exactly when intelligence predicted. Villains emerged across Musutafu in coordinated assaults, targeting infrastructure and civilian areas designed to draw a hero response. The League of Villains had clearly learned from previous failures. These attacks were better planned, better coordinated, and involved more powerful villains than their earlier attempts. At the central location, a major plaza in downtown Musutafu, the villain force was substantial. Over 50 villains with various quirks, led by a familiar figure that made Izuku's eyes narrow in recognition. The mist villain from the original UA attack, the one whose portal had been destroyed by Judgment Cut End. He had survived, been processed through the justice system, and evidently escaped or been freed to participate in this operation, proof that mercy toward villains often enabled future harm. Izuku Midoriya, the mist villain Kurogiri, according to intelligence reports, spoke through his gaseous form. We meet again. This time you won't find our forces so easily defeated. Your previous forces were inadequate, Izuku replied, drawing Yamato. These will be equally insufficient. Kurogiri gestured and the villain force attacked, but this time they didn't converge on Izuku directly. Instead, they scattered, targeting civilians, destroying property, creating chaos that forced heroes to spread their attention across multiple threats rather than focusing on elimination. Clever. Annoying, but clever. Endeavor moved immediately to engage villains threatening civilians, his flames creating barriers that protected bystanders while incinerating villains who pressed their attacks. Midoriya, focus on Kurogiri. Don't let him portal reinforcements or evacuate their wounded. Izuku teleported directly to Kurogiri, Yamato cutting through the mist villain's form. But Kurogiri had learned from their previous encounter. He didn't try to maintain solid form where Yamato could cut him. Instead, he became completely diffuse, spreading his gaseous presence across a wide area. You can cut through my portals in my solid form, Kurogiri acknowledged. But you cannot cut mist that has no fixed position. While I keep you occupied, my comrades will devastate this city and everyone in it. A hostage situation, essentially. Izuku could eliminate Kurogiri eventually, but doing so would require time and focus he couldn't spare while villains threatened civilians. The tactical bind was well constructed, but Izuku hadn't spent a year developing new techniques for nothing. He sheathed Yamato and raised both hands. Summoned swords materialized around him, but not in his typical defensive or offensive configurations. Instead, they spread across the entire plaza, positioning themselves near every villain present. Hundreds of spectral blades, each one locked onto a specific target. You prepared for my direct combat capabilities, Izuku stated. You did not prepare for this. He activated the technique he had been developing since summer, spiral swords formation, omnidirectional assault. Every summoned sword launched simultaneously at its designated target, creating a coordinated attack that engaged every villain in the plaza at the same moment. Most villains weren't equipped to defend against dimensional blades striking from unexpected angles. They fell within seconds, wounded or killed, depending on where the swords struck and whether their quirks provided any defensive capability. The organized assault collapsed into chaos as over half the villain force was eliminated in a single coordinated strike. Kurogiri attempted to portal the wounded to safety, but Izuku was already moving. He drew Yamato and executed a modified judgment cut that specifically targeted the space Kurogiri was occupying, creating dimensional cuts that damaged the mist villain's diffuse form by cutting through the space itself rather than trying to cut the mist directly. Kurogiri screamed, or made the gaseous equivalent of a scream, his form destabilizing as dimensional cuts disrupted his quirk's ability to maintain gaseous state. He began solidifying involuntarily, which was exactly what Izuku had been waiting for. Rapid Slash, Helmbreaker, Rising Star. Izuku unleashed a combination assault on Kurogiri's solidifying form, cutting through the villain's body with surgical precision. Each strike severed connections between Kurogiri's quirk and his physical form, disrupting his ability to create portals or maintain his mist state. The mist villain fell, his body separating into pieces that could no longer maintain cohesion. Not dead, but defeated so thoroughly he would never fight again. Endeavor had finished dealing with the villains threatening civilians, his flames having reduced most of them to unconscious or restrained status. Together, he and Izuku had eliminated the entire villain force within 10 minutes of engagement beginning. But something felt wrong. The attack had been substantial but not overwhelming, the villains dangerous but not exceptional. For the League of Villains to commit so many resources to what seemed like a destined-to-fail assault suggested they were accomplishing some objective beyond the obvious combat. This was a distraction, Izuku realized. The real operation is happening elsewhere. Endeavor understood immediately. The other attack points, they were designed to draw hero response while something else happened in a location we're not watching. They contacted law enforcement and other heroes, coordinating intelligence about all League of Villains activity. It took several minutes of analysis before the pattern emerged. While heroes responded to obvious attacks, a small team of elite villains had infiltrated Tartarus, Japan's maximum security prison for dangerous villains. They were breaking out All for One, the villain who had ruled Japan's underworld for generations, who had fought All Might to a standstill and nearly killed the #1 hero, who possessed a quirk that could steal and grant other quirks. If All for One escaped Tartarus, the entire hero society would be at risk. Every available hero mobilized toward Tartarus, but they were scattered across Musutafu, responding to the distraction attacks. Even traveling at maximum speed, most wouldn't arrive before the prison break was completed, except for Izuku, who could teleport. "I can reach Tartarus immediately," he told Endeavor, "but only myself. I can't transport others through dimensional cuts." "Then go," Endeavor ordered. "Delay their escape, prevent All for One's release if possible, and survive until reinforcements arrive. Don't try to fight him directly. All for One is beyond anyone except All Might, and even All Might barely survived their last battle." Izuku drew Yamato and cut through space, creating a dimensional portal directly to Tartarus's location. He stepped through, traveling hundreds of kilometers instantly, and emerged inside the maximum security prison just as alarms were blaring. The scene was chaotic. Prison guards lay unconscious or dead, security systems were disabled, and a group of 5 villains was working to breach the cell holding All for One. They had already bypassed multiple security layers. Another few minutes and they would succeed. Izuku analyzed the situation in seconds. The villains were powerful, their quirks specifically chosen for this infiltration mission. One had some kind of decay quirk that was dissolving the security barriers. Another possessed incredible strength for forcing through physical obstacles. A third seemed to be manipulating technology remotely. The 4th and 5th were clearly combat specialists, positioned to defend against hero response. All 5 turned when Izuku appeared, their expressions ranging from surprise to concern to grim determination. "The Demon's Son," one of the combat specialists said. "The boss predicted you might arrive first. That's fine. We just need to hold you off for 3 more minutes." "You will not have 3 minutes," Izuku replied. Activating his devil trigger, blue demonic energy exploded around him, his transformation immediate and complete. The villains stepped back involuntarily, their instincts recognizing the overwhelming presence of power beyond their ability to contest. But they had their orders. They attacked anyway. The combat specialists moved with professional coordination, their quirks synergizing to create devastating combination attacks. But they were fighting someone who had trained to fight demons, who had killed Nomus and defeated dozens of villains simultaneously, who possessed power that transcended anything quirks could produce. Judgment cut. Rapid slash. Million stab. Izuku unleashed techniques with lethal precision. his attacks targeting vital points on opponents who had chosen to threaten everything he had sworn to protect. The combat specialists fell within seconds, their bodies separated by dimensional cuts that gave them no opportunity for defense or counterattack. The strength-enhanced villain attempted to physically overwhelm Izuku through sheer power. Izuku caught his punch with one hand, the impact creating shockwaves that cracked the prison floor, then cut through the villain's arm with Yamato and followed with a strike that separated his head from his body. The technology manipulator tried to use the prison's security systems against Izuku, activating containment protocols and deploying automated defenses. Izuku simply cut through them, dimensional slashes severing the connection between the villain's quirk and the systems he was attempting to control. Without his technological advantage, he was helpless. Izuku eliminated him with a single precise cut. Only the Decay villain remained, still working frantically to breach All for One's cell. He had almost succeeded, the final security barrier dissolving under his quirk's effect. Another 30 seconds and the most dangerous villain in Japan would be free. Izuku teleported directly behind him and swung Yamato. But the Decay villain had one final trick. He grabbed Izuku's blade directly, his Decay quirk activating on contact. Normal weapons would have dissolved instantly, disintegrating into dust. Yamato was not a normal weapon. Forged in the demon realm, imbued with Sparda's power, it transcended material existence. The Decay quirk had no effect. The villain's eyes widened in shock, realizing his final gambit had failed. Izuku reversed his grip and struck with Yamato's pommel, the blow carrying enough force to shatter the villain's skull and send him crashing backward into the wall. He slid down, unconscious or dead, his Decay quirk deactivating. The infiltration team was eliminated. All for One remained contained. The prison break had failed, but from within the sealed cell, Izuku sensed something, a presence so overwhelming it made even his Devil Trigger form feel inadequate. All for One was awake, aware, and radiating power despite being imprisoned behind multiple quirk-suppressing barriers. Interesting, a voice echoed from the cell, distorted by containment systems but clearly audible. You're not All Might. Your presence is different, older, deeper, wrong somehow. What are you, young one? Izuku approached the cell's observation window carefully. Inside, he could see a man in a white suit, his face hidden by a mask, his body restrained by multiple systems designed to suppress quirk usage. Despite these measures, the sheer pressure of his presence was almost physical. I am the Son of Sparda, Izuku replied. The one who destroyed your Nomu at UA, the one who will eliminate you if you ever escape this containment. All for One laughed, the sound carrying genuine amusement. The Son of Sparda, how fascinating. I had heard rumors of a legendary demon who defended humanity, but I assumed they were myths. Yet here you stand, proof that such beings exist. His presence intensified despite the containment. Tell me, young demon, do you truly believe you could eliminate me? You're powerful, I can sense that. But I have accumulated quirks for over a century, stolen abilities from thousands of people, refined power to levels beyond your comprehension. Your power is irrelevant, Izuku stated. You are contained. You will remain contained. And if you escape, I will cut you down regardless of how many quirks you possess. This is certainty, not threat. Such confidence. It reminds me of All Might when he was young, before our final battle taught him caution. All for One's voice carried dark amusement. But you're different from him. Colder, more willing to kill, less burdened by heroic ideals. We're more similar than you'd like to admit, young demon. We both understand that power determines everything, that strength is the only truth that matters. We are nothing alike, Izuku replied. You use power to dominate and control. I use power to protect and defend. The distinction is absolute. Is it? When you kill villains, you impose your will through superior strength. When you eliminate threats, you decide who deserves to die based on your personal judgment. This is no different from what I do, using power to shape the world according to my vision. The only difference is you call yourself a hero and I acknowledge what I am. The words were uncomfortably similar to arguments Izuku had heard before, to doubts he had struggled with about where the line between protection and tyranny truly lay. But All for One was wrong about the fundamental distinction. Motivation mattered. Purpose determined whether strength became salvation or destruction. You are contained, Izuku repeated. This conversation is meaningless. For now, but containment is temporary, young demon. I will escape eventually, and when I do, I look forward to testing your power personally. Let's see if the Son of Sparda can match the accumulated might of centuries. Reinforcements arrived moments later. Dozens of pro-heroes led by All Might in his full muscular form. They found Izuku standing alone amid the bodies of the infiltration team. All for One's cell intact, the prison break completely prevented. All Might approached slowly, taking in the scene. Young Midoriya, you eliminated them all. They were attempting to free All for One, Izuku replied, allowing his devil trigger to fade. Lethal response was appropriate. I see. All Might looked troubled, his expression conflicted between gratitude for the prevented catastrophe and concern about Izuku's casual approach to killing. You saved Tartarus, possibly saved all of Japan from All for One's release. That's truly heroic work, young man. But the praise felt hollow to both of them. They had fundamentally different philosophies about heroism, about the application of power, about what made someone worthy of the title hero. Izuku had accomplished his objective through methods All Might found troubling, while All Might's approach seemed dangerously naive to Izuku. The gap between them remained unbridgeable. In the aftermath of the prevented prison break, Hero Society erupted into debate about the young hero student who had single-handedly defeated an elite villain team and saved Tartarus. Some called him a true hero, someone who acted decisively when seconds mattered. Others called him dangerous, a student too willing to kill who needed greater supervision. Izuku ignored all of it. Public opinion was irrelevant. He had accomplished his objective, protected innocence, eliminated serious threats. Whether society approved of his methods was their concern, not his. The school year continued. Izuku's reputation grew with each successful mission, each defeated villain, each demonstration of overwhelming power. Students at UA viewed him with a mixture of admiration and fear. Pro-heroes sought to work with him or attempted to counsel him toward more conventional heroic approaches, depending on their philosophies. Through it all, Izuku remained unchanged in his fundamental nature, cold, calculating, focused on strength and its proper application. But he had developed nuance, understanding that power required wisdom alongside might, that protection meant more than simple elimination of threats. As winter turned to spring and his second year approached its conclusion, Izuku stood at the threshold of something greater than simple strength. He possessed power that exceeded most pro-heroes, skill that rivaled even top 10 heroes in specific areas, and reputation that made both villains and heroes take notice. But more importantly, he understood his purpose. Not to dominate through might, not to accumulate power for its own sake, but to protect those who needed protection through decisive application of overwhelming force. It was a harsh philosophy, colder than what conventional heroes espoused, but it was honest and effective. His father would have approved. More than that, Sparda would have recognized in his son the same journey he had undertaken, from pure warrior to protector through strength, from demon seeking dominance to defender choosing purpose. The path ahead remained long. Villains would continue threatening innocence, challenges would escalate, his philosophy would be tested in ways he couldn't yet imagine. But Izuku was ready for whatever came next. He was Izuku Midoriya, Son of Sparda, wielder of Yamato, the demon's son who had chosen to protect humanity rather than rule it. And that choice, more than any technique or transformation, defined who he had become. The story of his journey toward ultimate strength continued, each day bringing new opportunities to grow, to protect, to demonstrate that power, when wielded with purpose and wisdom, could be the greatest force for good the world had ever known. Years later, after graduation from UA, after countless battles and eliminated threats, after establishing himself as one of Japan's most effective, if controversial, heroes, Izuku would stand atop a building overlooking the city he had sworn to protect. Yamato rested at his side, the blade that had cut down hundreds of villains, that carried his father's legacy and his own growing legend. His reputation as the demon hero, Vergil, had spread across Japan and beyond. A hero who protected ruthlessly, who eliminated threats permanently, who showed no mercy to those who preyed upon the innocent. Some called him a true hero. Others called him a necessary evil. A few called him a monster barely restrained by Hero Society's laws. Izuku cared about none of these labels. He protected people. He eliminated threats. He prevented suffering through decisive application of overwhelming power. This was his purpose, his code, his path. Power. "Give me more power," he murmured, the old familiar words that had driven him since childhood. But now they carried different meaning. Not power for its own sake, but power to protect more effectively, to defend more completely, to ensure that those under his protection would never fall to threats he could have prevented. Somewhere in the city, a villain was planning their next attack. Somewhere, innocent people were in danger. Somewhere, threats were gathering that would require heroes to defend against. Izuku's hand moved to Yamato's handle, ready to draw at a moment's notice. He was ready for whatever came next. He would always be ready, because without strength, you cannot protect anything. And he had chosen to be strong enough to protect everything that mattered. This was his path. This was who he was. This was the legacy of the demon's son. And he would walk this path until the very end, cutting down any threat that dared endanger those who could not defend themselves, wielding power with purpose, becoming the protector his father would have recognized and his mother could be proud of. The city stretched out before him, millions of lives continuing in the safety his strength helped ensure. It was enough. It was everything. Izuku Midoriya, Vergil, stood guardian over the city, ready for whatever tomorrow would bring, knowing that his power had found its true purpose in protecting those who needed it most. The end.
And now, it's time for our Patreon shout-out. For our pro-hero tier, the rising stars lighting the path of justice, Ancient Chant, and Javon McQuire. Symbol of peace tier holding the line, the pillars who keep this world standing. Agroxa 298, Suna Win 631, Elijah Saunders, Ab, Peter Hamilton, Freddy_Rose, Omega, Toxic Rune, Akuma no Akami, Chris Talley, Alexander Thompson, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Nicholas Barnes, Joshua Headington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift_SKERER, Corey Tokars, Jan, Zero Hope 3656, Devon Black, Crow, YSBRYD, Roberto Ramos Di Cristina, Dasher Games, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alastor, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert, Carlos Terry, Rafael Terran.
Hope of the universe tier. The ones who don't just support the channel, they elevate it beyond limits. LS Morningstar, Madarame, Marl, Spintown, Greg Green, James, Kiawon Yen Thompson, Juan, I'm Calver, Coolsey.
Thank you for diving into this dark, heroic saga. What path will a motivated Deku choose? Let us know your theories in the comments. For more epic what-if scenarios that challenge your favorite heroes, be sure to subscribe and join our legion of storytellers for more content.